Section 18. The Tale of the Kazi and the Bhang-Eater. There was a certain eater of Bhang, and Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 393rd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the Rede, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that there was a certain eater of Bhang, whose wont it was every day to buy 3 fadas worth of hemp, and he would eat 1/3 thereof in the morning, and a second at noon, and the rest about sundown. He was by calling a fisherman, and regularly as dawn appeared he would take hook and line and go down to the river a fishing. Then he would sell of his catch a portion, expending half a fada on bread, and eat this with the remaining part of the fish broiled. He would also provide himself day by day with a waxen taper, and light it in his cell and sit before it, taking his pleasure and talking to himself after his large dose of Bhang. In such condition he abode a while of time, until one fine spring night, about the middle of the month, when the moon was shining sheeniest, he sat down to bespeak himself, and said, "O such an one, hie thee forth and solace thy soul with looking at the world, for this be a time when none will espy thee, and the winds are still." Herewith he went forth intending for the river, but as soon as he issued from his cell door and trod upon the square, he beheld the moonbeams bestrown upon the surface, and for the excess of his Bhang, his fancy said to him, "By Allah, soothly the stream floweth strong, and therein needs must be much store of fish. Return, O such an one, to thy cell, bring hook and line, and cast them into these waters. Haply Allah our Lord shall vouchsafe thee somewhat of fish, for men say that by night the fisher wight on mighty fine work shall alight." He presently brought out his gear, and having baited the hook, made a cast into the moonlit square, taking station in the shadow of the walls where he believed the river bank to be. Then he bobbed with his hook and line, and kept gazing at the waters, when behold, a big dog sniffed the bait, and coming up to it swallowed the hook till it stuck in his gullet. The beast, feeling it prick his throttle, yelped with pain, and made more noise every minute, rushing about to the right and the left. So the line was shaken in the man's hand, and he drew it in, but by doing so the hook pierced deeper, and the brute howled all the louder, and it was pull Bhang-Eater and pull cur. But the man dared not draw near the moonlight, holding it to be the river, so he tucked up his gown to his hip bones, and as the dog pulled more lustily, he said in his mind, "By Allah, this must be a mighty big fish, and I believe it to be ravenous." Then he gripped the line firmly and hauled it in, but the dog had the better of him and dragged him to the very marge of the moonlight. So the fisherman waxed afraid and began to cry, "Alack! Alack! Alack! To my rescue, ye braves! Help me, for a monster of the deep would drown me! Yallah! Hurry ye, my fine fellows! Hasten to my aid!" Now at that hour people were enjoying the sweets of sleep, and when they heard these unseasonable outcries, they flocked about him from every side, and accosting him asked, "What is it? What maketh thee cry aloud at such an hour? What hath befallen thee?" He answered, "Save me! Otherwise a river monster will cause me to fall into the stream and be drowned." Then, finding him tucked up to the hips, the folk approached him and inquired, "Where is the stream of which thou speakest?" And he replied, "Yonder's the river. Be ye all blind?" Thereat they understood that he spoke of moonbeams, whose sheen was dispread upon earth, deeming it a river surface, and they told him this. But he would not credit them, and cried, "So ye also desire to drown me? Be off from me. Our Lord will send me another than you to lend me good aid at this hour of need." They replied, "O well-born one, this be moonshine." But he rejoined, "Away from me, ye low fellows, ye dogs." They derided him, and the angrier he grew, the more they laughed, till at last they said one to other, "Let us leave him and wend our ways." And they acquitted him in such condition. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 394th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the folk who flocked to the assistance of the Bhang-Eater left him in such condition, he crying aloud in affright, the dog being now before him in a frenzy of pain for the hook sticking in his gullet, and being unable to rid himself of it, while the man dreaded to draw near the moonshine, still deeming, albeit he stood upon terra firma, that he was about to step into the stream. So he hugged the wall shadow which to him represented the river bank. In this case he continued until daybreak, and light shone, and the toing and froing of the folk increased. Withal he remained as he was, crying out for affright lest he be drowned. Suddenly a Kazi rode by him, and seeing him with gown kilted up, and the hound hanging on to the hook, asked, "What may be the matter with thee, O man?" He answered, saying, "O my lord, I dread lest I be drowned in this stream, whither a monster of the deep is a-dragging me." The judge looked at him, and knew him for a Bhang-Eater. So he dismounted from his monture, and cried to one of his attendants, "Catch hold of yon dog, and unhook him." Now this Kazi was also one who was wont to use hashish. So quoth he to himself, "By Allah, take this fellow with thee, and feed him in thy house, and make a mocking stock of him. And, as each night cometh on, do thou and he eat together a portion of the drug, and enjoy each other's company." Accordingly he took him, and carrying him to his quarters, seated him in a private stead until nightfall, when the twain met and supped together. Then they swallowed a large dose of bhang, and they lit candles, and sat in their light to enjoy themselves. Presently, from excess of the drug, they became as men jinn mad, uttering words which befit not to intend or to indite, amongst which were a saying of the Bhang-Eater to the Kazi, "By Allah, at this season I'm as great as the king," and the judge's reply, "And I also at such time am as great as the Basha, the governor." Thereupon quoth him to the Bhang-Eater, "I am high above thee, and if the king would cut off the governor's head, what would happen to hinder him?" And quoth the Kazi, "Yea, verily, naught would hinder him, but 'tis the customs of kings to appoint unto governors a place wherein they may deal commandment." Then they fell to debating the affairs of the government and the sultanate, when by decree of the decreer the sultan of the city went forth his palace that very night, accompanied by the wazir, and the twain in disguise, and they ceased not traversing the town till they reached the house wherein sat the Bhang-Eater and the Kazi. So they stood at the door and hear their talk from first to last, when the king turned to the minister and asked, "What shall we do with these two fellows?" "Be patient, O king of the age," answered the wazir, "until they make an end of their talk, after which whatso thou wilt do with them that they will deserve." "True indeed," quoth the ruler. "Nevertheless, instead of standing here, let us go in to them." Now that night the boon companions had left the door open, forgetting to padlock it. So the visitors entered and salaamed to them, and they returned the greeting, and rose to them and bade them be seated. Accordingly they sat down, and the Sultan said to the Bhang-Eater, O man, fearest thou not aught from the sovereign, thou and thy friend, and are ye sitting up until this hour? He replied, The Sultan himself often fareth forth at such untimely time, and as he is a king, even so am I, and yonder man is my Basha. Moreover, if the ruler think to make jappery of us, we are his equals and more. Thereupon the Sultan turned to his Wazir and said by signals, I propose to strike off the heads of these fellows. And said the minister in the same way, O king, needs must they have a story, for no man with his wits in his head would have uttered such utterance. But patience were our bestest plan. Then cried the Bhang-Eater to the Sultan, O man, whenever we say a syllable, thou signalest to thine associate. What is it thou wouldst notify to him, and we not understanding it? By Allah, unless thou sit respectfully in our presence, we will bid our Basha strike off thy pate. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 395th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the Sultan heard the Bhang-Eater's words, he waxed the more furious, and would have arisen and struck off his head. But the Wazir winked at him and whispered, O king of the age, I and thou are in disguise, and these men imagine that we are of the commons. So be thou pitiful even as Almighty Allah is pitiful, and willeth not the punishment of the sinner. Furthermore, I conceive that the twain are eaters of hashish, which drug when swallowed by man, gareth him prattle of whatso he pleaseth and chooseth, making him now a sultan, then a wazir, and then a merchant, the while it seemeth to him that the world is in the hollow of his hand. Quoth the Sultan, And what may be thy description of hashish? And quoth the Wazir, 'Tis composed of hemp leaflets, whereto they add aromatic roots and somewhat of sugar. Then they cook it and prepare a kind of confection which they eat. But whoso eateth it, especially any eat more than enough, talketh of matters which reason may on no wise represent. If thou wouldst know its secret properties, on the coming night, Inshallah, we will bring some with us and administer it to these two men, and when they eat it the dose will be in addition to their ordinary. After this the Sultan left them and went forth, when the Bhang-Eater said to the Kazi, By Allah, this night we have enjoyed ourselves, and next night, if Allah please, we will enjoy ourselves yet more. The other replied, Yes, but I fear from the Sultan, lest he learn our practice and cut off our heads. Who shall bring the sovereign to us? Asked the other. He is in his palace, and we are in our own place, and granting he come, I will divert him by recounting an adventure which befell me. The Kazi answered, Have no dread of the Sultan, for he may not fare forth a night single-handed. Nay, what while he issueth forth he must be escorted by his high officials. Now when the next night fell, the Kazi brought the hashish which he divided into two halves, eating one himself and giving the other to his companion. And both swallowed their portions after supper, and then lit the waxen tapers, and sat down to take their pleasure. Suddenly the Sultan and his Wazir came in upon them during the height of their enjoyment, and the visitors were habited in dress other than before, and they brought with them a quantity of Bhang confection, and also some conserve of roses. So they handed a portion of the first to the revellers, which these accepted and ate, while they themselves swallowed the conserve, the others supposing it to be hashish like what they had eaten. Now when they had taken an overdose, they got into a hurly-burly of words, and fell to saying things which can neither be intended nor indited, and amongst these they exclaimed, "By Allah, the Sultan is disposed, and we will rule in his stead, and deal commandment to his reign." The other inquired, "And if the Sultan summon us, what wilt thou say to him?" "By Allah, I will tell him a tale which befell myself, and crave of him 10 fadas, wherewithal to buy Bhang." "And hast thou any skill in tale-telling?" "In good sooth I have." "But how wilt thou dispose the Sultan and reign in his stead?" "I will say to him, 'Be off,' and he will go." "He will strike thy neck." "Nay, the Sultan is pitiful, and will not punish me for my words." So saying, the Bhang-Eater arose and loosened the ankle of his bag trousers. Then approaching the Sultan, he drew forth his prickle, and proceeded to bepiss him. But the king took flight as the other faced him, and fled before him, he pursuing. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 396th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater holding up his bag trousers run after the Sultan proposing to bepiss him, and caught up the fugitive at the doorway, when he fell over the threshold, and began a-piddling upon his own clothes. In like manner the Kazi attempted to bepiss the Wazir, and ran after him to the entrance, where he also fell upon the Bhang-Eater, and took to making water over him. So the Bhang-Eater and the Kazi lay each bewraying other, and the Sultan and the Wazir stood laughing at them, saying, "By Allah, too much hashish injureth man's wits." And presently they left and went their ways, returning to their palaces. But the 2 drunkards ceased not lying in their own water till day broke. And when the fumes of the drug had left their brains, they arose and found themselves dripping and befouled with their own filth. Thereupon each said to other, "What be this cloth hast betided us?" Presently they arose and washed themselves and their clothes. Then sitting down together they said, "None did this deed by us save and except the 2 fellows who were with us. And who knoweth what they were, or citizens of the city or strangers? For 'twas they brought the intoxicant which we ate, and it bred a madness in our brains. Verily 'twas they did the mischief, but an they come to us a 3rd time, needs must we be instant with them, and learn from them, and they be foreigners or folk of the city. We will force them to confess, but if they hide them from us, we will turn them out." On the next night they met again, and the 2 sat down and ate a quantity of hashish after they had supped. And they lit the waxen tapers, and each of them drank a cup of coffee. Presently their heads whirled around under the drug, and they sat down to talk and enjoy themselves, when their drunkenness said to them, "Up with you and dance." Accordingly they arose and danced, when behold, the Sultan and his Wazir suddenly came upon them, and salaamed to them. So they returned the salutation, but continued the saltation. The newcomers considered them in this condition, and forthwith the king turned to the minister and said, "What shall we do with them?" Said the other, "Patience until their case come to an end, in somewhat whereof we can lay hold." Then they chose seats for themselves, and solaced them with the spectacle, and the dancers kept on dancing till they were tired, and were compelled to sit down and take their rest. Presently the Bhang-Eater looked at the Sultan and exclaimed, "You, whence are you?" And he replied, "We be foreigner folk, and never visited this city before that night when we met you. And as we heard you making merry, we entered to partake of your merriment." On this wise the device recoiled upon the Bhang-Eater, and presently the king asked them, saying, "Fear ye not lest the Sultan hear of you, and ye in this condition, which would cause your disgrace at his hands?" The Bhang-Eater answered, "The Sultan? What tidings of us can he have? He is in the royal palace, and we in our place of bhang-eating." The sovereign rejoined, "Why not go to him? Belike he will gift you and largesse you." But the Bhang-Eater retorted, "We fear his people lest they drive us away." Whereto quoth the king, "They will not do on such wise, and if thou require it, we will write thee a note to his address. For we know him of old, inasmuch as both of us learned to read in the same school." "Write thy writ," quoth the other to the Sultan, who after inditing it and sealing it placed it in their hands, and presently the two visitors departed. Then the Bhang-Eater and the Kazi sat together through the night until daylight did appear, when the fumes of the hashish had fled their brains, and the weather waxed fine and clear. So they said each to other, "Let us go to the Sultan," and the twain set out together and walked till they reached the square facing the palace. Here, finding a crowd of folk, they went up to the door, and the Bhang-Eater drew forth his letter and handed it to one of the Sultan's suite, who on reading it fell to the ground, and presently rising placed it upon his head. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 397th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the officer who took the letter caused the Bhang-Eater and his comrade to enter the presence, and the Sultan catching sight of them commanded them to be seated in a private stead, where none other man was. His bidding was obeyed, and at noontide he sent them a tray of food for dinner, and also coffee, and the same was done at sundown. But as soon as supper-tide came, the Sultan prayed and recited sections of Holy Writ, as was his wont, until 2 hours had passed, when he ordered the twain be summoned. And when they stood in the presence, and salaamed to him, and blessed him, the king returned their salute, and directed them to be seated. Accordingly they sat down, and quoth the Sultan to the Bhang-Eater, "Where be the man who gave you the writ?" Quoth the other, "O king of the age, there were 2 men who came to us and said, Why go ye not to the king? Belike he will gift you and largesse you. Our reply was, We know him not, and we fear lest his folk drive us away. So one of them said to us, I will write thee a note to his address, for we know him of old, inasmuch as both of us learned to read in the same school. Accordingly he indited it and sealed it, and gave it to us. And coming hither we found his words true, and now we are between his hands." The Sultan inquired, "Was there any lack of civility to the strangers on your part?" And they replied, "None, save our questioning them and saying, Whence come ye? Whereto they rejoined, We be strangers. Beyond this there was nothing unpleasant, nothing at all." "Whither went they?" asked the king, and the other answered, "I wot not." The Sultan continued, "Needs must thou bring them to me, for 'tis long since I saw them." And the other remarked, "O king of the age, if again they come to our place, we will seize them and carry them before thee, even perforce, but in case they come not, we have no means to hand." Quoth the king, and thou know them well. When thou catchest sight of them, they cannot escape thee. And quoth the other, Yea, verily. Then the Sultan pursued, What did you with the twain who came before them, and ye wanted to bepiss them? Now when the Bhang-Eater heard these words, his colour paled, and his case changed, his limbs trembled, and he suspected that the person which he had insulted was the Sultan. Whereupon the king turned towards him, and seeing in him signs of discomfiture, asked, What is in thy mind, O Bhang-Eater? What hath befallen thee? The other arose forthright, and kissing the ground, cried, Pardon, O King of the age, before whom I have sinned. The sovereign asked, How didst thou know this? And he answered, Because none other was with us, and news of us goeth not out of doors, so needs must thou have been one of the twain, and he who wrote the writ was thyself, for well we know that the kings read not in schools. Thou and thy friend did come in disguise to make merry at our expense. Therefore pardon us, O King of the age, for mercy is a quality of the noble. And Almighty Allah said, Whoso pardoneth and benefiteth, his reward is with Allah. And eke he said, And the stiflers of wrath and the pardoners of mankind, and Allah loveth the doers of good. Herewith the Sultan smiled and said, No harm shall befall thee, O Bhang-Eater. Thine excuse is accepted, and thy default pardoned. But, O thou clever fellow, hast thou no tale to tell us? He replied, O King of the age, I have a story touching myself and my wife which, were it graven with needle gravers upon the eye corners, were a warning to whoso would be warned. But I strave against her on my own behalf. Withal she overcame me and tyrannized over me by her contrivance. What is it? Asked the king. So the man began to relate the history of the Bhang-Eater and his wife. Section 19 of History of the Bhang-Eater and his Wife. In the beginning of my career, I owned only a single bowl, and poverty confused my wits. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 398th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater said to the Sultan, I had no property save a single bowl, and poverty confused my wits. So I resolved to sell Roger, and going to the bazaar, stood therein expecting someone to buy it. But none came to me until the last of the day. At that time I drove it forth and dragged it off till we reached halfway to my home, where I came upon a tree and sat down to rest in the cool shade. Now I had somewhat of bhang with me, also a trifle of bread which I brought out and ate, and after I drank a draught of water from the spring. Presently the bhang began to wobble in my brains, and behold, a bird in the tree-top, which men call a magpie, fell a-cawing. So I said to her, Thou, O mother of Solomon, hast thou a mind to buy the bowl? And she cawed again. I continued, Whatso price ever thou settest upon the bowl, at that will I concede it to thee. Again croak and I, Haply thou hast brought no money. Another croak, and cried I, Say the word, and I will leave the bowl with thee till next Friday, when thou wilt come and pay me its price. But she still cawed, and I, whenever she opened her beak, O King of the age, fancied that she bespake me, and wanted the bowl. But all this was of the excess of my bhang, which kept working in my brains, and I mistook the croaking for her conversing. Accordingly I left with her the bowl bound to the tree, and turned towards my village. And, when I went in to my wife, she asked me anent the bowl, and I told her of my selling it to the mother of Solomon. Who may she be? asked my rib, and I replied, She dwelleth in yonder tree. Whereat my spouse rejoined, Allah compensate thee with welfare. So I awaited patiently the appointed term. Then, after swallowing somewhat of bhang, I repaired to the tree and sat beneath it, when lo and behold, the pie cawed, and I cried to her, Hast thou brought the coin? A second caw. Then said I, Come hither and bring me the money. A third caw. Hereat I waxed wroth and arose, and taking up a bittock of brick, I threw it at her as she sat perched upon the tree, whereupon she flew off and lit upon an old man of clay hard by. So it occurred to my mind, By Allah, the mother of Solomon biddeth me follow her, and recover the value of the bowl from yonder old man. Presently I went up to it, and digging therein, suddenly came upon a crock full of gold, wherefrom I took 10 ashrafas, the value of the bowl, and returned it to its place, saying, Allah ensure thy weal, O mother of Solomon. Then I walked back to my village, and went in to my wife, and said, By Allah, verily the mother of Solomon is of the righteous. Look ye, she gave me these 10 golden ducats to the price of our Roger. Said my wife, And who may be the mother of Solomon? And I told her all that had befallen me, especially in the matter of the crock of gold buried in the old man. But after she heard my words, she tarried until sundown. Then, going to the landmark, she dug into it, and carrying off the crock, brought it home privily. But I suspected her of doing so, and said to her, O woman, hast thou taken the good of the mother of Solomon, and she of the righteous, after we have received from her the price of our Roger out of our own monies? And hast thou gone and appropriated her property? By Allah, an thou restore it not to its stead even as it was, I will report to the Wali that my wife hath happened upon treasure trove. And so saying, I went forth from her. Then she arose and got ready somewhat of dough for cooking with flesh meat, and, sending for a fisherman, bade him bring her a few fishes fresh caught and all alive. And taking these inside the house, she drew sweet water and sprinkled them therewith. And lastly she placed the dough and meat outside the house ready for nightfall. Presently I returned, and we supped, I and she. But 'twas my firm resolve to report my wife's find to the chief of police. We slept together till midnight, when she awoke me, saying, O man, I have dreamed a dream, and this it is. The sky hath rained down drink and meat, and that fishes have entered our house. I replied to her of my folly, and the overmuch bang which disported in my head. Let us get up and look. So we searched the inside of the house, and we found the fishes, and the outside where we came upon the doughboy and the flesh meat. So we fell to picking it up, I and she, and broiling it, and eating thereof till morning. Then said I, Do thou go and return the monies of Solomon's mother to their own place. But she would not, and flatly refused. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 399th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater continued. I said to my wife, Do thou go and return the monies of Solomon's mother to their own place. But she would not, and flatly refused. I repeated my words, but without avail. So I flew into a fury, and leaving her ceased not trudging till I found the Wali, and said to him, O my lord, my wife such an one hath hit upon a hoard, and 'tis now with her. The chief of police asked, O man, hast thou seen it? And I answered, Yes. So he sent a body of his followers to bring her before him, and when she came, said to her, O woman, where is the treasure trove? Said she, O my lord, this report is baseless. Whereupon the chief of police bade her be led to jail. They did his bidding, and she abode in the prison a whole day, after which the Wali summoned her, and repeated his words to her, adding, An thou bring not the hoard, I will slay thee, and cast thy corpse into the bog-shop of the Hammam. The woman, my wife, rejoined, O my lord, I never found aught. And when he persisted, threatening her with death, she cried, O my lord, wherefore oppress me on this wise, and charge such load of sin upon thine own neck? I never came upon treasure at all, at all. The chief of police retorted, My first word and my last are these. Except thou bring the treasure trove, I will slay thee, and cast thee into the jakes. Herewith quoth she, O my lord, ask my husband where it was I hit upon the hoard, and at what time, by day or by night. And the Wali's men cried, By Allah, these her words are just and right, nor is there therein aught of harm. So he sent to summon me, and asked me, O man, when did thy wife hit upon the hoard? I answered, O my lord, she found it on the night when the skies rained drink and food and fishes. Now when the Wali heard my words, he said to me, O man, the skies are not wont to shed aught save rain-water, and a man in his right wits speaketh not such speech as this. Said I, By the life of thy head, O my lord, they did rain all three of them. But the officers cried, O my lord, verily this man be jinn-mad, and his wife, who telleth plain truth, is wronged by him. The fellow deserveth confining in the Maristan. Accordingly the chief of police bade the men set the woman free, and let her wend her ways, and seize me, and throw me into the madhouse. They did his bidding, and I remained there the first day, and the second, till the third, when my wife said to herself, There is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. By the Lord, needs must I go and relieve my husband from Bedlam, and charge him never again to speak of that treasure trove. So she came to the Maristan, and entering said to me, Ho, such an one, if any ask of thee, saying, What do the skies rain? Do thou make answer, They rain water. Furthermore, if they inquire of thee, Do they ever rain drink and food and fishes? Reply thou, This is clean impossible, nor can such a thing ever take place. Then haply they will say to thee, How many days are in a week? And do thou say, 7 days, and this day be such a day. Lastly, have a guard on thyself when speaking. I rejoined, 'Tis well, and now hie thee forth, and buy me half a fada's worth of bhang, for during these days I have not eaten aught thereof. So she went and bought me somewhat of food and of hashish. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 400th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater's wife fared forth, and brought back somewhat of food and of hashish. Then returning to the Maristan, he continued. She gave both to me, and I ate of them, after which I said to her, Let us up and be off. Whereto she, And when we go to the Wali, what wilt thou say? Then the bang wrought in the brains, and I cried, O Bod, O my nice young lady, well thou wouldest that the skies did rain flesh and drink and fishes. Why then didst thou not tell the truth before the chief of police? Thereupon the manager of the madhouse cried to me, O fellow, this is the babble of madmen. And I, By Allah, I ate of them boiled, and doubtless the same kind of rain fell in your house. The other exclaimed, There be nor doubt nor hesitation anent the insanity of one who saith such say. Now all this was related by the Bhang-Eater to the Sultan, who marvelled and asked him, What could have made thee go to the manager and recount to him such absurdities? But the Bhang-Eater resumed, saying, I dwelt in the Maristan 20 days, till at last, having no bang to eat, I came to my senses, and confessed that the sky shed only rain water, that the week containeth 7 days, and that this day be such and such. In fact, I discoursed like a man in his right mind. So they discharged me, and I went my ways. But when the Kazi heard this tale, he cried out to the Sultan, O King of the age, my story is still more wondrous than this, which is only a prank played by my wife. My name was originally Abu Karim al-Tamburi, and I was appointed Kazi after a neat thing I did. And if thou, O our lord the Sultan, desire to be told of the adventures which befell me, and of the clever trick wherefore they made me a judge, deign give thy commandment, and I will commence it. Quoth the Sultan, Recount to us why and where they entitled thee Kazi. And the judge began to relate how Drummer Abu Karim Section 20. How Drummer Abu Karim became a Kazi. There was once, O King of the age, a merchant and a man of Bassorah, who went about trading with eunuchs and slave boys, and who bore his goods in bales from Bassorah to Ajam land, there to sell them, and to buy him other merchandise for vending in Syria. On this wise he tarried a long while, until 1 year of the years he packed up his property, as was his wont, and fared forth with it to Persia. But at that time there was fortuned to be a famine, and when he arrived at one of the cities of Ajam land, where formerly the traders bought his goods, on this occasion none of them would come near him. In such case he continued a long while, till at last a Khwaja appeared before him, a man who owned abundant riches in Persia, but his home was distant 3 days from the place. The visitor asked, saying, O Bassorite, wilt thou sell me thy stock in trade? Whereto the other answered, And how? Of course I'll sell it. So the buyer opened the gate of bidding, and offered such and such, but the Bassorah man cried, Allah openeth. Then the purchaser added somewhat, and the seller rejoined, Give me yet more. At last the buyer exclaimed, I will give nothing more than a knot. And the seller accepted the offer, saying, May Allah grant us gain. Thereupon the Persian Khwaja took over all the goods from the vendor, and next day the twain met to settle money matters. Now I, O King of the age, happened to be abiding in that city. The seller received from the buyer payment in full, nor did anything remain. But after, the Bassorah man said to his customer, Thou still owest me the anat, which thou must hand over to me. The other replied jeeringly, And the anat is a knot, to wit, no thing. But the Bassorite rejoined, Here with that anat. Upon this a violent ruffle befell between them. The cause was carried before the king, and payment was required in the divan, for the Bassorite still demanded from the purchaser his anat. The Sultan asked, And what be this anat? And the Bassorah man answered, I wot not, O King of the age. Whereat the Sultan marvelled. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, and where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 401st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan marvelled at the action of this Basurite and his saying, Give me my anat. Presently the tidings of that cause reached me, O king, so I went to the divan which was thronged with folk, and all present kept saying, How would it be if this anat were a fraud or a resiliation of the contract? Thereupon the Sultan exclaimed, Whoso shall settle this case, to him verily will I be bountiful. So I came forward, O king of the age, thinking of a conceit, and kissed ground, and said to him, I will conclude this case. And he rejoined, An thou determine it and dispose of it, I will give thee largesse, but if not, I will strike off thy head. I rejoined, To hear is to obey. Then I bade them bring a large basin which could hold a skinful of water, and ordered them fill it. After which I called out to the Basurite, Draw near, and he drew near. Then I cried to the claimant, Close thy fist, and he did accordingly, and again I commanded him to close it, and to keep it tight closed. He obeyed my bidding, and I continued, Dip thy knee into the basin, and he dipped it. Presently I asked, Is thy hand in the water and thy fist closed? And he replied, It is. Then said I, Withdraw it, and he withdrew it, and I cried, Open thy kneve, and he opened it. Then I asked, What thing hast thou found therein? And he answered, A knot. Whereupon I cried to him, Take thine a knot and wend thy ways. Hereupon the Sultan said to the Basurite, Hast thou taken thine a knot, O man? And said he, Yes. Accordingly the king bade him gang his gait. Then the Sultan gifted me with costly gifts, and named me Kazi. And hence, O king of the age, is the cause of the title in the case of one who erst was Abu Karim the drummer. Hereat quoth the Sultan, Relate to us what rare accident befell thee in thy proper person. So the judge began to recount the story of the Kazi and his slipper. Section 21, Part 1. Part 1 of the story of the Kazi and his slipper. Once upon a time, O king of the age, I had a slipper which hardly belonged to its kind, nor ever was there seen a bigger. Now one day of the days I waxed weary of it, and sware to myself that I would never wear it any more. So in mine anger I flung it away, and it fortuned to fall upon the flat roof of a Khwaja's house, where the stucco was weakest. Thence it dropped through, striking a shelf that held a number of phials full of the purest rosewater, and the boarding yielded breaking all the bottles and spilling their contents. The house folk heard the breakage, ringing and rattling, so they crowded one after other to discover what had done the damage, and at last they found my papoosh sprawling amiddlemost the room. Then they made sure that the shelf had not been broken except by the violence of that slipper, and they examined it, when, behold, the housemaster cried, saying, This be the papoosh of Abu Karim the drummer. Hereupon he took it and carried it to the governor, who summoned me, and set me before him. Then he made me responsible for the phials and whatso was therein, and for the repairing of the terrace roof and upraising it again. And lastly he handed to me the slipper, which was exceedingly long and broad and heavy, and, being cruel old, it showed upwards of 130 patches, nor was it unknown to any of the villagers. So I took it and fared forth, and, being anangered with the article, I resolved to throw it into some dark hole or out of the way place. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 402nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Abu Karim the drummer continued to the Sultan, I resolved to throw it into some dark hole or out of the way place. And presently I came to the water closet of the hammam, and cast it into the conduit, saying, Now shall none ever see it again, nor shall I be troubled with its foul aspect for the rest of my life. Then I returned home, and abode there the first day and the second. But about noon on the third, a party of the governor's men came and seized me, and bore me before him. And no sooner did he see me than he cried out, Throw him! Accordingly they laid me out at fullest length, and gave me 100 cuts with a scourge, which I bore stoutly, and presently said, O my Sultan, what be the cause of this fustigation, and wherefore do they oppress me? Said he, O man, the conduit of the jakes attached to the mosque was choked by the slipper, and the flow, unable to pass off, brimmed over, whereby sundry houses belonging to the folk were wrecked. I replied, O my lord, can a slipper stop the flowing of a water that feedeth the hammam? Thereupon the governor said to me, Take it away, and if any find it in his place, and again bring me a complaint thereanent, I will cut off thy head. So they hauled me away after tossing my slipper to me, and I repaired to the Effendi of the town, and said to him, O our lord, I have a complaint against this papoosh, which is not my property, nor am I its owner. Prithee, do thou write me a deed to such purport between me and the slipper and all who pass down this road. The Effendi replied, O man, how shall I write thee a deed between thee and thy papoosh, which is a senseless thing? Nay, take it thyself and cut it up, and cast it into some place avoided of the folk. Accordingly I seized it and hacked it with a hatchet into 4 pieces, which I threw down in the 4 corners of the city, saying to myself the while, By Allah, I shall never more in my life hear any further of its adventures, and walked away barefoot. But I had thrown one bit under a bridge that crossed a certain of the small canals, and the season was the dries, wherefore it collected a heap of sand which rose thereupon, and raised the pile higher until the archway was blocked up by a mound. Now when the Nile flooded and reached that archway, the water was dammed up and ceased running, so the townsfolk said, What may be the matter? The Nile inundation hath reached the bridge, but cannot pass under it. Come, let us inspect the archway. They did so, and presently discovered the obstacle, to wit, the mound before the arch which obstructed the waterway. Whereupon a party kilted their clothes and waded into the channel that they might clear it. But when they came to the mound base, they found my quarter slipper, and they exclaimed with one cry, This be the papoosh of Abu Karim the drummer. But as soon as the tidings reached me, I fared away, flying from that town, and while doing so was met by a comrade, yonder Bhang-Eater. So we agreed that we would travel together, and he accompanied me till we came to this city, e'en as thou seest us, O lord of the Sultan. Thereupon the king said to them, Do ye twain abide with me amongst my servants, but I have a condition with you, which is that ye be righteous in your service, and that ye be ready to join my seance every night after supper-tide. Then he cautioned them against disobedience, and quoth he, Be ye not deluded by becoming my companions, nor say to yourselves, We be the assessors of the king, for that the byword declareth, Whenas the king sitteth, beware of his severity, and be not refractory whenever he shall say thee do. They agreed to this condition, and each whispered his mate, Do thou have a care to act righteously. Then they left the king, nor did they see him again till one day of the days, when, behold, a Khwaja appeared before the Sultan. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 403rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that one day of the days, behold, a Khwaja appeared before the Sultan and said, "'Tis not lawful in Allah's sight, O king of the age, that a Bhang-Eater should propose to dishonour me in the person of my daughter, and load me with infamy mongst his worshippers, saying the while, I am of the king's suite." Now the cause of the merchant's complaint was as follows. One day of the days the Bhang-Eater was passing by under the latticed window of the Khwaja's home, when by decree of the decreer, the daughter of the house was looking out at the casement, and was solacing herself by observing all who walked the street. Perchance the Bhang-Eater's glance fell upon the maiden, and that sight of eyes entailed 1,000 sighs. So he said to himself, By Allah, if I meet not this maiden, although it be only once, I shall die of a broken heart, nor shall any know of my death. Then he took to passing under the window every day, and to gazing upwards, and to tarrying there from morning tide to set of sun. But the more he looked, the less he saw of her, because fortune, which was fair to him the first time, had now turned foul. So he continued in this condition for a while, coming every day to look at the lattice, and seeing naught. Presently his case became strait, and ill health entered his frame, for love to the merchant's daughter. And by reason of its excess he betook himself to his pillow, turning and tossing right and left, and crying, O her eyes! O her loveliness! O her stature! O her symmetrical grace! But as he was repeating these words, behold, an old woman came in to him, and, seeing his concern and chagrin, accosted him and said, No harm to thee. Quoth he, Ah, my reverend mother, unless thou come to my aid, I perish. And quoth she, What is upon thy mind? So he disclosed to her all he felt of fondness and affection for the Khwaja's daughter, and she rejoined, Thou wilt never win to thy wish in this matter except through me. Then she left him and repaired to her own place, pondering the wiles of women, till she entered her house, and there she donned a woolen robe, and hung 3 rosaries around her neck, after which she hent a palm staff in hand, and set out for the merchant's quarters. She ceased not walking till she reached the place, and entered in her garb of a religious mendicant, crying out, Allah! There is no God but the God. Extolled be Allah! Allah be with you all. When the girl, whose name was Sit al-Husn, the Lady of Beauty, heard these words, she met her, hoping for a blessing, and saying, O my mother, pray for me. And the old woman responded, The name of Allah be upon thee. Allah be thy safeguard. Then she sat down, and the damsel came and took seat beside her. So likewise did the girl's mother, and both sought a blessing from her, and conversed together till about noon, when she arose and made the wuzu ablution, and span out her prayers, whilst those present exclaimed, By Allah, this be a pious woman. When her orisons were ended, they served up dinner to her. But she said, I'm fasting. whereat they increased in love and believed her words, and insisted upon her abiding with them till sunset, that she might break her fast within their walls. On such wise she acted, but it was all a fraud. Then they persisted in keeping her for the night, so she nighted with them, and when it was morn she rose and prayed and mumbled words, some intelligible and others not to be understanded of any, while the household gazed upon her, and whenever she would move from place to place, supported her with their hands under her armpits. At last, when it was mid-forenoon, she fared forth from them, albeit their intent was not to let her depart. But early on the next day she came into them, and all met her with greetings and friendly reception, kissing her hands and bussing her feet. So she did as she had done on the first day, and in like guise on the third, while they showed her increased honour and worship. On the fourth day she came to them, as was her wont, and they prayed her be seated. However she refused, and said, I have a daughter whom I am about to marry, and the bridal festivities will be in my house. But I come to you at this hour to let you know my desire that Sitt al-Husn may accompany me, and be present at my girl's wedding feast, and thus you will gain a blessing. Her mother replied, We dread lest somewhat befall her. But the ancient woman rejoined, Fear not for her, as the Hallows are with her. Thereupon cried the girl, There is no help but that I accompany her and be present at her daughter's wedding ceremony, and enjoy the spectacle, and take my pleasure. The mother said, 'Tis well. And the old trot added, I will go and return within this moment. So saying, she went off as one aweary to the house of the Bhang-Eater, and told him what she had done. Then she returned to the maiden, whom she found dressed and decorated, and looking her best. So she took the girl and fared forth with her. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 404th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the ancient woman took the girl and fared forth with her, and led her to the Bhang-Eater's house, and brought her in to him, who, seeing her in all her beauty and loveliness, arose forthright, and his wits fled him, and he drew near to her of his excessive love herwards. Therewith the Lady of Beauty understood that the old woman was an accursed procuress, who had beguiled her in order to bring her and the man together. So of her cleverness and clear intelligence she said to her lover, O my brave, whoso expecteth a visit of his beloved getteth ready somewhat of meat and somewhat of fruit and somewhat of wine, that their pleasure may be perfected. And if thou purpose lovely ace, we will pass the night in this place. Quoth the Bhang-Eater, By Allah, O my lady, thou speakest sooth, but what shall we do at such hour as this? And quoth she, Hie thee to the market street, and bring all whereof I spoke. Said he, Hearkening and obedience. And said she, I will sit down, I and this my mother in this place, the while thou goest and comest. He rejoined, A sensible saying. And forthright he was right gladsome, nor knew what was prepared for him in the hidden future. Now as soon as he went the damsel arose, and without making aught of noise locked the door closely upon herself and the old trot. Then she wandered about the rooms, and presently came upon the butcher's chopper, which she seized. Hereupon, tucking up her sleeves above her elbows, in the firmness of her heart she drew near the old crone until she was hard by her right, and so clove her skull asunder that she fell weltering in her blood, and her ghost fled her flesh. After this the damsel again went about the house, and all worth the taking she took, leaving whatso was unworthy, till she had collected a number of fine robes, which the man had brought together after he had become a cup companion of the Sultan. And lastly, she packed the whole in a sheet and went forth therewith. Now the season was morning, but the veiler veiled her, and none met her on the way, until she reached her home and went in to her mother, whom she found awaiting her, and saying, "By Allah, to-day my girl hath tarried long at the bridal festivities of the ascetic's daughter." And behold, Sitt al-Husn came in to her carrying a large sheet stuffed with raiment. And as her mother saw her agitated and in disorder, she questioned her of her case and of what was packed in the bundle. But the girl, who returned no reply, and could not speak one syllable for the emotion caused by the slaughter of the ancient woman, fell to the ground in a fit. Her swoon endured from noon until eventide, her mother sitting at her head the while, and sorrowing for her condition. But about set of sun, behold, in came her father, who found his daughter aswoon. So he questioned his wife, who began by recounting to him what they had noted in the old woman of prayer and display of devotion, and how she had told them, "I have a daughter whom I am about to marry, and the bridal festivities will be in my house." "And," pursued the mother, "she invited us to visit her. So at undertide I sent with her the girl, who at noontide came back bringing somewhat wrapped up and bundled, which be this. But when she entered the house she fell to the floor in a fainting fit, and she is even as thou seest, nor do I know what befell her." Then the father rose up and besprinkled somewhat of water upon her face, which revived her, and she said, "Where am I?" Whereto said he, "Thou art with us." And when she had recovered and returned to her senses, and her condition was as before the swoon, she told them of the old woman, and her ill designs, and of her death, and lastly how the clothes had been brought by herself from the house of the Bhang-Eater. As soon as their sire had heard her words, he set out from his house and sought the Sultan. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 405th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that whilst the Sultan was sitting, behold, the Khwaja came in and complained to him of the Bhang-Eater. Whereupon he ordered a company to go fetch the accused, and they went off and found him not. So they returned and reported accordingly. Such was the cause of the Khwaja coming to the king, and such was the case with them. But as regards the Bhang-Eater, when he went off rejoicing to the bazaar in order to buy whatso the merchant's daughter had asked him, he brought many a thing wherewith he returned to his lodging. However, as he returned, he beheld the old woman slaughtered and weltering in her blood, and he found nothing at all of the choice articles wherewith his house was fulfilled. So he fell to quoting this couplet: "'Twas a hive of bees that greatly thrived, but when the bee swarm fled, 'twas clean unhived." And when he beheld that condition of things, he turned from his home in haste, and without stay or delay left it about the hour of mid-afternoon, and fared forth from the city. There he found a caravan bound to some bourne or other, so he proceeded therewith, hardly believing his own safety, and he ceased not accompanying the Kafila for a space of 5 days, till it made the city the traveller sought, albeit he was fatigued and footsore from the stress of hardships and weariness he had endured. So he entered the place and wandered about till he found a khan, wherein he hired him a cell by way of nighting stead, and every day he would go forth to seek service for wages, whereby he might make a livelihood. Now one day of the days a woman met him face to face on the highway, and said to him, "Dost thou do service?" And said he, "Indeed I do, O my lady." She continued, "There is a wall about my place which I desire to level and build another in lieu thereof, for that 'tis old and very old." He replied to her, "'Tis well." And she took him and repaired with him to her house, and showing him the wall in question, handed to him a pickaxe and said, "Break it down as much as thou art able, be it for 2 or 3 days, and heap up the stones in one place and the dried mud in another." He replied, "Hearkening and obedience." After which she brought to him somewhat of food and of water, and he ate and drank, and praised Almighty Allah. After this he rose and began breaking down the wall, and he ceased not working and piling up the stones and the dried mud until it was sunset time, when the woman paid to his wage 10 fadas, and added something of food, which he took and turned towards his own cell. As soon as it was the second day, he repaired to the house of the woman, who again gave him somewhat to break his fast, and he fell to felling the wall, even as he had done on the first day, and he worked till noon. But when it was midday, and all the household was asleep, lo and behold, he found in the middle of the foundation a crock full of gold. So he opened it and considered its contents, whereat he was rejoiced, and he went forth without leisure or loss of time, seeking his own cell, and when he reached it he locked himself within for fear lest any look upon him. Then he opened the crock and counted therein 100 dinars, which he pouched in his purse and stowed away in his breast pocket. Presently he returned, as he was, to break down the rest of the wall, and whilst he was trudging along the highway, suddenly he sighted a box surrounded by a crowd of whom none knew what might be its contents, and its owner was crying out, "For 100 gold pieces." Thereupon the Bhang-Eater went forward, saying to himself, "Buy thee yonder box for the 100 dinars, and thy luck be thy lot. For if there be inside of it aught of wonderful, 'tis well, and if otherwise, thou shalt stand by thy bad bargain." So he drew near the broker and said to him, "This box for how much?" And the other answered, "For 100 gold dinars." But when he questioned him as to its contents, the man replied, "I know not. Whoso taketh it, his luck be his lot." Thereupon he brought out to him the 100 ducats, and the broker made over to him the box, which he charged upon his shoulders and carried off to his cell. There arrived, he bolted himself in and opened the coffer, wherein he found a white slave girl, which was a model of beauty and loveliness and stature and perfect grace. But she was like one drunken with wine. So he shook her, but she was not aroused, when he said to himself, "What may be the story of this handmaiden?" And he was never tired of looking upon her while she was in that condition, and he kept saying to himself, "Would heaven I wot had she be on life or in death, withal I see her breath coming and going." Now when it was about midnight, the handmaiden revived, and looking around and about her, cried, "Where am I?" And said the Bhang-Eater, "Thou, O my lady, art in my home," whereby she understood what had befallen her. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 406th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the Reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the handmaiden understood what had befallen her at the hands of her enemies. Now the cause thereof was that the Sultan of that city had bought him for concubine one Kut al-Kulub, or heart's food height, and she became to him the lifest of all women he before had, amongst whom his wife, the daughter of his uncle, had been preferred. But all fell into the rank of the common, and from the time he bought the new handmaid he was wholly occupied with her love, and he never went near the other inmates of his harem, not even his cousin. So they were filled with exceeding jealousy against Heart's Food the newcomer. Now one day of the days the Sultan went forth to hunt and bird and enjoy the occasion and solace himself in the gardens together with the lords of his land. And they rode on till they found themselves amiddlemost of the waste, pursuing their quarry. But when 2 days had passed, his wife, together with the women which were concubines, arose and invited all the neighbourhood, whereamong was Kut al-Kulub, and she spread for them a sumptuous banquet, and lavished upon the newcomers all manner of attentions, and the wife began to play with her rival, and to disport with her, until it was thought that she loved none in the assembly save Heart's Food. And on such wise she continued to cheer her, and solace her, and gambol with her, and make her laugh, until the trays were laid, and the meats were dispread, and all the guests came forward and fell to eating and drinking. Thereupon the king's cousin wife brought a plate seasoned with bhang, and set it before the concubine, who had no sooner eaten it, and it had settled in her stomach, than she trembled as with sudden palsy, and fell to the ground without power of motion. Then the queen bade place her in a box, and having locked her therein, sent for one who was sheikh of the brokers, and committed to him the coffer, saying, Do thou sell it for 100 gold pieces, whilst it is locked and fast locked, and suffer not any open it. Otherwise we will work for the cutting off of thy hands. He replied, To hear is to obey, and took up the box and went with it to the market street, where he said to the brokers, Cry for sale this coffer at 100 dinars, and if any attempt to open it not to any by any manner of means. So they took their station and made auction of it for 100 gold pieces, when by the decree of destiny the Bhang-Eater passed down the street, exulting in his 100 dinars, which he had found in the crock while levelling the wall belonging to the woman. Thereupon he came up, and having paid the price required, carried off his coffer, saying in his mind, My luck is my livelihood. After this he went to his own cell and opened it, and found there the handmaid in condition as though drunken with wine. Such is the history of that concubine Kut al-Kulub, and she fell not into the hand of the Bhang-Eater, save by the wile and guile of the Sultan's cousin wife. But when she recovered from her fainting fit, and gazed around, and understood what had befallen her, she concealed her secret, and said to the man, Verily, this thy sale becometh us not. And as she had somewhat of gold pieces with her, and a collar of jewels around her neck, worth 1,000 dinars, she brought out for him some money, and sent him forth to hire for them a house in the middle of the quarter, befitting great folk, and when this was done, she had herself transported thither. Then she would give him every day spending money to buy whatso she ever required, and she would cook the delicatest dishes fit for the eating of the kings, wherewith she fed herself and her owner. This continued for 20 days, when suddenly the Sultan returned from his hunting party, and as soon as he entered his palace he asked for Kut al-Kulub. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 407th night. Section 22. Part 2 of the story of the Kazi and his slipper. The 407th Night. Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that as soon as the Sultan returned from the chase he asked after Kut al-Kula from his exceeding desire to her, and the daughter of his uncle told him the tidings, saying, By Allah, O King of the age, 3 days after the time thou faredest forth there came upon her a malaise and malady wherein she abode 6 days, and then she deceased to the mercy of Almighty Allah. He exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious and the great. Verily we are the Almighty's, and unto him shall we return. Then befell him the extreme grief of straitness of breast, and he passed that night in exceeding cark and care for Kut al-Kulub. And when it was morning he sent after the wazir, and summoned him between his hands, and bade him go forth to the Tigris bank, and there approve some place whereupon he might build a palace which should command all the roads. The minister replied, hearkening and obeying, and hied to do his lord's bidding, taking with him architects and others. And having found a piece of level ground, he ordered them to measure 100 ells of length for the building by a breadth of 70 cubits. Presently he sent for surveyors and master masons, whom he commanded to make ready every requisite for the work, of al-shar and lime and lead, also to dig trenches for the base of the walls. Then they fell to laying the foundations, and the builders and handicraftsmen began to pile stones and prepare the loads, while the wazir stood by them, bidding and forbidding. Now when it was the 3rd day, the Sultan went forth the palace to look at the masons and artisans who were working at the foundations of his new edifice. And as soon as he had inspected it, it pleased him. So he said to the wazir, Wallahi, none would benefit this palace save and except Kut al-Kulub, when 'twould have been full of significance. And so saying, he wept with sore weeping at the remembrance of her. Quoth the wazir to him, O King of the age, have patience when calamity afflicteth thee, even as said one of them with much meaning, anent long-suffering. Be patient under the weight of wrath and blow of sore calamities. The nights compressed by time's embrace, gravide miras geruntris. Then quoth the Sultan, 'Tis well, O Wazir. I know that patience is praiseworthy and fretfulness is blameworthy. For indeed, quoth the poet, when time shall turn on thee, have patience, for 'tis best of plight. Ease shall pursue unease, and naught but sufferance make it light. And by Allah, O Wazir, human nature is never free from sad thought and remembrance. Verily that damsel pleased me, and I delighted in her, nor can I ever think to find one like her in beauty and loveliness. Thereupon the wazir fell to guiding the Sultan with fair words until his breast was broadened, and the two began to solace themselves by inspecting the masons. After this the Sultan would go forth every morning for solace to Tigris bank, and tidings reached the ears of Kut al-Kulub that her lord was engaged on building a revering palace. Whereupon she said to the Bhang-Eater, Day by day we expend money upon our condition, and our outgoing is without incoming. So 'twere but right that each morning thou fare and work with the workmen who are edifying a mansion for the Sultan, inasmuch as the folk declare that he is of temper mild and merciful, and haply thou shalt gain from him profit and provision. O my lady, he replied, by Allah, I have no patience to part with thee, or to be far from thee. And he said so because he loved her and she loved him. For that since the time he had found her locked in the box, and had looked upon her, he had never required of her her person, and this was indeed from his remembrance, for he bore in mind but too well what had befallen him from the Khawaja's daughter. And she on her side used to say, 'Tis a wondrous thing that yon Bhang-Eater never asketh me aught, nor draweth nigh me, seeing that I be a captive of his right hand. So she said to him, Assuredly thou dost love me? And said he, How can it be otherwise when thou art the blood of my life, and the light of mine eyes? O light of mine eyes, she replied, take this necklace and set it in thy breast pocket, and go to work at the Sultan's palace, and as often as thou shalt think of me, do thou take it out and consider it and smell it, and it shall be as if thou wert to see me. Hearing this, he obeyed her, and went forth till he reached the palace, where he found the builders at work, and the Sultan and the Wazir sitting in a kiosk hard by, overseeing the masons and the workmen. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 408th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the Bhang-Eater joined the masons, he saw the Sultan and Wazir overseeing them, and as soon as the king sighted him, he opened his breast to him and said, O man, wilt thou also do work? And said the other, Yes. So he bade him labor with the builders, and he continued toiling till hard upon noontide, at which time he remembered his slave girl, and forthright he bowed his head upon his bosom pocket, and he sniffed thereat. The Wazir saw him doing so, and asked him, What is the meaning of thy sniffing at what is in thy poke? And he answered him, No matter. However, the minister espied him a second time occupied in like guise, and quoth he to the Sultan, Look, O king of the age, at yon labourer, who is hiding something in his pocket and smelling thereat. Happily, responded the sovereign, there is in his pouch something he would look at. However, when the Sultan's glance happened to fall that way, he beheld the Bhang-Eater sniffing and smelling at his poke. So he said to the Wazir, Wallahi, verily this workman's case is a strange. Hereupon both fixed their eyes upon him, and they saw him again hiding somewhat in his pouch and smelling at it. The Wazir cried, Verily this fellow is a fizzling, and he boweth his head toward his breast in order that he may savour his own farts. The Sultan laughed and said, By Allah, if he do on this wise, 'tis a somewhat curious matter, or perhaps, O Wazir, he have some cause to account for it. At any rate, do thou call out to him and ask him. So the Wazir arose, and drawing near to him, asked him, saying, Ho, this one, every time thou fizzlest thou smellest and sniffest at thy fizzlings. Whereto answered the workman, Wag not thy tongue with these words, seeing thou art in the presence of a king glorious of degree. Quoth the minister, What is the matter with thee in this case that thou art sniffing at thy pocket? And quoth the labourer, Verily, my beloved is in my pouch. The Wazir wondered hereat, and reported the same to the Sultan, who cried, Return to him and say, Is it possible that thou display to us thy beloved who is in thy breast pocket? So he returned to him and said, Show us what there is in thy pouch. Now the origin of this necklace was that the king had bought it for Kut al-Kulub at the price of 1,000 dinars, and the damsel had given it to the Bhang-Eater with the sole object that the Sultan might look upon it, and thereby be directed unto her, and might learn the reason of her disappearance, and her severance from him. Hereupon the man brought out to them the necklace from his breast pocket, and the Sultan on seeing it at once recognized it, and wondered how it had fallen into the hands of that workman. Accordingly he asked who was its owner, and the other answered, It belongeth to the handmaid whom I bought with 100 dinars. Quoth the Sultan to him, Is it possible thou invite us to thy quarters, that we may look upon this damsel? And quoth the other, Would you look upon my slave girl and not be ashamed of yourselves? However, I will consult her, and if she be satisfied therewith, we will invite you. They said to him, "This be a rede that is right, and an affair which no blame can excite." When the day had reached its term, the masons and workmen were dismissed after they had taken their wage. But as for the Bhang-Eater, the Sultan gave him 2 gold pieces and set him free about sunset tide. So he fared to his handmaid and informed her of what had befallen him from the king, adding, "He hath indeed looked upon the necklace, and hath asked me to invite him hither as well as the wazir." Quoth she, "No harm in that. But tomorrow, Inshallah, do thou bring all we require for a state occasion of meats and drinks, and let me have them here by noontide, so that they may eat the early meal. But when he shall ask to buy me of thee, compose thy mind and say thou, No. When he will reply to thee, Give me this damsel in free gift. Hereat do thou say, She is a present from me to thee, because indeed I am his slave, and bought with his money for 1,500 dinars. And thou hast never become my lord, save through my foes who devised a device against me, and who sold me when thou boughtest me. However, the hour of thy prosperity hath now come." And when morning morrowed, she gave him 5 gold pieces, and said to him, "Bring for me things that be such and such." And said he, "Hearing and obedience." So he went to the market street, where he purchased all the supplies wherewith she had charged him, and returned to her forthright. Hereupon she arose, and tucking up her sleeves, prepared meats that befitted the king, and likewise she got ready comfits, and the daintiest of dainties, and sherbets, and she tempered the pastillas, and she besprinkled the room with rose water, and looked to the furniture of the place. About midday she sent to the Sultan and the wazir with notice that she was ready. So the Bhang-Eater repaired to the palace, and having gone into the presence said, "Have the kindness." The twain arose without more ado, and hied with him privily till they reached his house and entered therein. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 409th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan and the Wazir entered the place wherein were the Bhang-Eater and the damsel, and took their seats. Now the meats were ready, and they served up to them trays and the dishes, when they fell to and were cheered by the sumptuous viands until they had eaten after the measure of their sufficiency. And when their hands were washed, the confections and sherbet and coffee were set before them. So they ate and were satisfied and gladdened and made merry. After this quoth the Sultan to the Bhang-Eater, "Where is the damsel?" And quoth the man, "She is here," whereat he was commanded to bring her. Accordingly he went off and led her in, and as soon as the king sighted her, he recognized her, and ordered her owner to make her over to him, and said when he did so, "O man, wilt thou sell to me this damsel?" But the other kissed ground before him and replied, "O king of the age, she is from me a free gift to thee." And quoth the Sultan, "She is accepted from thee, O sheikh, and do thou come and bring her thyself to the palace about sundown time." He replied, "To hear is to obey." And at the hour named he took the damsel, and ceased not faring with her till he brought her to the serai, where the eunuchry met her, and took her and carried her in to the Sultan. But as soon as she entered, she nestled in his bosom, and he threw his arms around her neck and kissed her of his excessive desire to her. Then he asked her, saying, "This man who purchased thee, hath he any time approached thee?" Whereto she answered, "By Allah, O king, From the time he bought me in the box, which he opened and found me alive therein, until this present, never hath he looked upon my face, and as often as I addressed him he would bow his brow earthwards. Quoth the Sultan, By Allah, this wight deserveth an aidance, for that he paid down for thee 100 dinars, and he hath presented thee in free gift to me. Now when morrowed the morning, the king sent after the Bhang-Eater and summoned him between his hands, and bestowed upon him 1,500 dinars with a suit of royal raiment, after which he presented to him, by way of honourable robe, a white slave girl. He also set apart for him an apartment, and made him one of his boon companions. So look thou, O hearer, how it happened to this Bhang-Eater from the Khwaja's daughter and his love herwards, how he failed to win her, and how he gained of blows whatso he gained, and after what prosperity befell him from the part of Kut al-Kulub. And ever afterwards, when the Sultan would ride out for disport or for the hunt and chase, he would take the man with him. Presently, of the perfection of his prosperity, this Bhang-Eater fully mastered the affairs of the kingdom, both its income and its outgo, and his knowledge embraced all the regions and cities which were under the rule of his lord. Furthermore, whenever he would counsel the king, his advice was found to be in place, and he was consulted upon all state affairs, and whenever he heard of any business he understood its inner as well as its outer meaning, until the Sultan and the Wazir both sought rede of him, and he would point out to them the right and unright, and that which entaileth trouble and no trouble, when they could fend it off and overthrow it by word or by deed of hand. Now one day of the many days, the king was in a certain of his gardens a-solacing himself with the sights, when his heart and stomach became full of pain, and he fell ill, and his illness grew upon him, nor did he last 4 days ere he departed to the mercy of Allah Almighty. As he had no issue, either son or daughter, the country remained without a king for 3 days, when the lords of the land foregathered and agreed upon a decision, all and some, that they would have no king or sultan save the Wazir, and that the man, the Bhang-Eater, should be made chief counsellor. So they agreed upon this matter, and their words went forth to the minister, who at once took office. After this he gave general satisfaction, and lavished alms on the mean and miserable, also on satisfaction, and lavished alms on the mean and miserable, also on the widows and orphans, when his fame was bruited abroad, and it dispread far and wide, till men entitled him the just Wazir, and in such case he governed for a while of time. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 410th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Wazir governed for a while of time with all justice of rule, so that the caravan spread abroad the name and fame of him throughout every city and all the countries. Presently there befell him an affair between 2 women, which were sister wives to one man. Now these had conceived by him in the same month, and when the time of their pregnancy had passed, the twain were delivered in the same place at the same hour, and the midwife was one and the same. One brought forth a babe, but it was a daughter which incontinently died, and the other a man-child who lived. The women quarrelled and fought about the boy-babe, and both of them said, This is my child. And there befell between them exceeding contention and excessive hostility. So they carried their cause before the divines and the Ulema and the head men of the place, Yet did none of them know how to decide between the twain, and not a few of the folk said, "Let each woman take the child to her for a month," whilst others declared that they might keep it between them at all times, whilst of the women one said, "'Tis well, this be my boy," and the other declared, "'Tis well, this be my son," nor could any point out to which of the women the boy belonged. So the townspeople were gathered together and said, "None can determine this dispute except the just Wazir," and they agreed upon this, so that the husband of the two women and sundry of his associates arose and took the twain of them, and travelled with them to hear the minister's judgment. Also the Ulema and the great men of the place declared, "By Allah, we also needs must travel with the party, and produce the two women, and be present at the just Wazir's judgment." So they all assembled and followed after the two adversaries, nor did they cease travelling until they entered the city where the minister abode. There they delayed for rest during one day, and on the second they all joined one another, and went in to the Wazir, and recounted to him the case of the two women. Hearing this, he bowed his brow groundwards, and presently raising it, he cried, "Bring me 2 eggs, and void them of their contents, and see that the shells be clean empty." Then he commanded that each of the women drain somewhat of milk from her nipple into the egg-shell till she had filled it. They did accordingly, and set before him the egg-shells brim-full, when he said, "Bring me a pair of scales." After this he placed both eggs on the balance-pan, and raising it aloft from its rounded stead, perceived that one was weighty and the other was light. Quoth he, "The milk of the woman in this egg is the heavier, and she is the mother of the boy-babe, whereas the other bare the girl-child, and we know not an it be alive or dead." Hereat the true mother of the boy held her peace, but the other wailed aloud and said, "'Tis well, still this be my babe." Thereupon quoth the Wazir, "I am about to take the boy and hew him in halves, whereof I will give one to each of you twain." But the true mother arose and cried out, "No, my lord, do not on this wise. I will forfeit my claim for Allah's sake." While the other one exclaimed, "All this is right and good." Now all of the folk of the city who were then standing by heard these words and looked on. But when this order was pronounced, and the woman was satisfied and declared, "I will take half the boy," the Wazir gave orders forthright that they seize her and hang her. So they hanged her, and he gave the babe to the right mother. Then said they to him, "O our lord, how was it proved to thee that the boy was the child of this one?" And he said, "It became evident to me from 2 sides. In the first place, because her milk was the heavier, so that I knew that the boy was her boy. And secondly, when I commanded, 'Let us cut the boy in half,' the real mother consented not to this, and the matter was hard upon her because the child was a slice of her liver, and she said to herself, 'His life is better than his death. Even though my sister wife take him, at any rate I shall be able to look upon him.' But the second woman designed only to gratify her spite, whether the boy died or not, and to harm her sister wife. So when I saw that she was contented to have the babe killed, I knew that it was right to do her die. Then all who were present of the lords of the land, and the Ulema, and divines, and notables, wondered at the judgment, and exclaimed, "By Allah, well done, O Wazir of the realm!" Now this story of the minister's perspicacity and penetration was spread abroad, and all folk went from his presence, and every one who had wives that had borne girls took somewhat of milk from the women, and went to each and every of those who had borne boys, and took from them milk in the same quantity as the Wazir had taken, and weighed it in the scales, when they found that the mothers of males produced milk that was not equal to, nay, it weighed 2-fold that of those who bare girls. Hereupon they said, "It is not right that we call this minister only the just Wazir," and all were agreed that he should be titled the Wazir wise in Allah Almighty, and the reason whereof was the judgment which he passed in the cause between the two women. Now after this it befell him to deliver a decision more wondrous than the former. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, how sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, and where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 411th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that to the Wazir wise in Almighty Allah there befell between his hands a strange matter which was as follows. As he was sitting one day of the days, there came into him unexpectedly two men, of whom one led a cow and a little colt, whilst the second had with him a mare and a little calf. Now the first who came forward was the owner of the mare, and quoth he, O my lord, I have a claim upon this man. Quoth the minister, What be thy claim? And the plaintiff continued, I was going a morn to the meadow for pasture, and with me was my mare followed by her young one, her little colt, when yonder man met me upon the road, and the colt began to play and to throw up gravel with its hoofs, as is the wont of horseflesh, and draw near to the cow. Hereupon this man came up and seized it, and said, This colt is the offspring of my cow. And so saying, he took it away, and he gave me his calf, crying, Take this which be the issue of thy mare. So the Wazir, turning to the master of the cow, asked, O man, what sayest thou concerning what thy comrade hath spoken? And the other answered, O my lord, in every deed this colt is the produce of my cow, and I brought it up by hand. Quoth the Wazir, Is it right that black cattle should bring forth horses, and that horses should bear cows? Indeed, the intelligence of an intelligent man may not compass this. And quoth the other, O my lord, Allah createth whatso he willeth, and maketh kine to produce horses, and horses to produce kine. Hereupon the minister said to him, When thou seest a thing before thee, and lookest thereon, canst thou speak of it in the way of truth? And the other assented. Then the Wazir continued addressing the two men, Wend your ways at this time, and on the morrow be present here at early morn, and let it be at a vacant hour. Accordingly they forthright went forth, and the next day early the two men came to the divan of the Wazir, who set before them a she-mouse he had provided, and called for a sack which he filled with earth. And as the men stood between his hands, he said, Wait ye patiently without speaking a word. So they held their peace, and presently he bade them set the sack and the mouse before him, and he ordered the men to go load the sack upon the mouse. Both cried, O our lord, 'tis impossible that a mouse can carry a sack full of earth. When he answered, How then can a cow bear a colt? And when a mouse shall be able to bear a sack, then shall a cow bear a colt. All this, and the Sultan was looking out at the latticed window, listening and gazing. Hereupon the Wazir gave an order that the master of the mare take her colt, and the master of the cow carry off her calf, after which he bade them go about their business. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 412th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan, whose minister was the Wazir wise in Allah Almighty, on a certain day summoned his chief counselor, and when he came said to him, Verily my breast is straitened, and I am beset by unease, so I desire to hear something which may broaden my bosom. And said the other, "O King of the Age, by Allah, I have a friend who is named Mahmud the Ajami, and that man is a choice spirit, and he hath all kinds of rare tales, and strange anecdotes, and wondrous histories, and marvellous adventures." Said the Sultan, "There is no help but thou summon him to us hither, and let us hear from him somewhat." So the Wazir sent after the Persian, and when the man stood in the presence, said to him, "Verily, the Sultan hath summoned thee." He replied, "Hearing and obeying." When he was taken and set forth before the sovereign, and as he entered he saluted him with the salams of the caliphs, and blessed him and prayed for him. The king returned his greeting, and after seating him, said to him, "O Mohammed, at this moment my breast is indeed straitened, and I have heard of thee that thou hast a store of rare stories, which I would that thou cause me hear, and let it be somewhat sweet of speech, which shall banish my cark, and my care, and the straitness of my breast." Hereto the other replied, "Hearing and obeying," and began to relate the tale of Mahmud the Persian and the Kurd sharper. Section 23. Tale of Mahmud the Persian and the Kurd sharper, and the tale of the Sultan and his sons and the enchanting bird. The Sultan was delighted with the Ajami's relation, and largessed him 2,000 pieces of gold. After which he returned to his palace, and took seat upon his divan, when suddenly a poor man appeared before him, carrying a load of fruit and greens, and greeted him, and prayed for him, and expressed a blessing which the Sultan returned, and bade him fair welcome. After which he asked, "What hast thou with thee, O Sheikh?" And the other answered, "O King of the Age, I have an offering to thee of fresh greens and first fruits." And the king rejoined, "It is accepted." Thereupon the man placed them between his royal hands, and stood up, and the king, having removed the cover, found under it a portion of ordinary cucumbers, and sundry curling cucumbers, and bundles of rose mallows, which had been placed before him. So he took thereof some little matter, and ate it, and was much pleased, and bade the eunuchry bear the rest into the harem. They carried out his commands, and the women also were delighted, and having eaten somewhat, they distributed the remainder to the slave girls. Then said they, "By Allah, this man, the fruit owner, deserveth bakhshish." So they sent to him by the eunuch 100 gold pieces, whereto the Sultan added 20, so the whole of his gain was 300 dinars. But the Sultan was much pleased with the man, and a part of the care which he felt was lightened to him. Whereupon asked he, "O Sheikh, knowest thou aught of boon companionship with kings?" To which the other answered, "Yes," for he was trim of tongue, and ready of reply, and sweet of speech. Presently the Sultan continued, "O Sheikh, for this present go back to thy village, and give to thy wife and family that which Allah hath made thy lot." Accordingly the man went forth and did as the king bade him. After which he returned in a short time, and went into the presence about set of sun, when he found his liege lord at supper. The king bade him sit to the trays, which he did, and he ate after the measure of his sufficiency. And again, when the Sultan looked upon him, he was pleased with him. And when the hour of night prayers came, all prayed together. Then the king invited him to sit down as a cup companion, and commanded him to relate one of his tales. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 417th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating. that the man took seat as a boon companion of the king, and began to relate the tale of the Sultan and his sons and the enchanting bird. It is told anent a man, one of the kings of Orient land, that he had 3 sons, of whom the eldest one day of the days heard the folk saying, "In such a place there is a bird hight the shrilling Philomele, which transmutes every one who comes to it into a form of stone." Now when the heir apparent heard this report, he went to his father and said, "'Tis my desire to fare forth and to get that marvellous bird." And said the father, "O my son, thou wouldst work only to waste thy life blood, and to deprive us of thee. For that same bird hath ruined kings and sultans, not to speak of bashaws and sanjaks, men in whose claws thou wouldst be as nothing." But the son replied, "Needs must I go, and if thou forbid my going, I will kill myself." So quoth his father, "There is no majesty and no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." And saith the son, "Effects are effected and steps are sped upwards a world that is vile and distributed daily bread." Then he said to him, "O my child, set out upon thy journey, and mayest thou win to thy wish." Hereupon they prepared for him somewhat of victual, and he went forth on his wayfare. But before departing he took off his seal ring from his finger, and gave it to his second brother, saying, "O my brother, and this signet press hard upon thy little finger, do thou know and make certain that mishap hath happened to me." So the second prince took it and put it upon his mimim finger, after which the eldest youth farewelled his father and his mother and his brothers and the lords of the land, and departed, seeking the city wherein the bird wonned. He ceased not travelling by nights and days, the whole of them, until he reached the place wherein was the bird Philomele, whose habit it was to take station upon his cage between mid-afternoon and sunset, when he would enter it to pass the night. And if any approached him with intent of capturing him, he would sit afar from the same, and at set of sun he would take station upon the cage, and would cry aloud, speaking in a plaintive voice, "Ho thou sayest to the mean and mesquin, Lodge! How thou who sayest to the sad and severed, Lodge! Ho thou who sayest to the woeful and doleful, Lodge!" Then if these words were grievous to the man standing before him, and he would make reply, "Lodge!" ere the words could leave his lips, the bird would take a pinch of dust from beside the cage, and hovering over the wights' head would scatter it upon him and turn him into stone. At length arrived the youth who had resolved to seize the bird, and sat afar from him till set of sun. Then Philomele came and stood upon his cage and cried, "Ho, thou who sayest to the mean and mesquin, Lodge! Ho, thou who sayest to the sad and severed, Lodge! Ho, thou who sayest to the woeful and the doleful, Lodge!" Now the cry was hard upon the young prince, and his heart was softened, and he said, "Lodge." This was at the time when the sun was disappearing, and as soon as he spake the word, the bird took a somewhat of dust and scattered it upon the head of the youth, who forthright became a stone. At that time his brother was sitting at home in thought concerning the wanderer, when behold, the signet squeezed his finger, and he cried, "Verily, my brother hath been despoiled of life and done to death." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 418th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the second prince, when the signet squeezed his little finger, cried out, saying, 'My brother, by Allah, is ruined and lost. but needs must I also set forth and look for him, and find what hath befallen him." Accordingly he said to his sire, "O my father, 'tis my desire to seek my brother." And the old king answered, "Why, O my son, shouldst thou become like thy brother, both bereaving us of your company?" But the other rejoined, "There is no help for that, nor will I sit at rest till I go after my lost one and espy what hath betided him." Thereupon his sire gave orders for his journey, and got ready what would suffice him of victual, and he departed. But before he went, he said to his youngest brother, "Take thou this ring and set it upon thy little finger, and if it press hard thereupon, do thou understand and be certified that my life's blood is shed, and that I have perished." After this he farewelled them, and travelled to the place of the enchanting bird. And he ceased not wayfaring for whole days and nights and days, until he arrived at that stead. Then he found the bird Philomele, and sat afar from him till about sundown, when he took station upon his cage, and began to cry, "Ho, thou who sayest to the mean and the mesquin, Lodge! Ho, thou who sayest to the sad and the severed, Lodge! Ho, thou who sayest to the woeful and doleful, Lodge!" Now this cry of the bird was hard upon the young prince, and he had no sooner pronounced the word "lodge" than the Philomele took up somewhat of dust beside his cage, and scattered it upon him, when forthright he became a stone lying beside his brother. Now the youngest of the three princes was sitting at meat with his sire, when suddenly the signet ring shrank till it was like to cut off his finger. So he rose forthright to his feet and said, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." Quoth his father, "What is to do with thee, O my son?" And quoth he, "By Allah, my brother is ruined and wasted, so needs must I also fare forth, and look after the twain of them." Exclaimed his sire, "Why, O my son, should you three be cut off?" But the other answered, "Needs must I do this, nor can I remain after them without going to see what hath betided them, and either we three shall return in safety and security, or I also shall become one of them." So the father bade them prepare for his journey, and after they had got ready for him a sufficiency of provision, he farewelled him, and the youth set out. But when he departed from his sire, the old man and his wife filleted their brows with the fillets of sorrow, and they fell to weeping by night and by day. Meanwhile the youth left not wayfaring till he reached the stead of the bird, and the hour was mid-afternoon, when he found his brothers ensorcelled to stones. And about sundown he sat down at the distance from Philomele, who took station upon his cage, and began to cry, "Ho, thou who sayest to the mean and mesquin, Lodge! Ho, thou who sayest to the sad and severed, Lodge!" together with many words and instances of the same kind. But the prince hardened his heart, nor would speak the word, and albeit the bird continued his cry, none was found to answer him. Now when the sun had vanished, and he had kept up his appeal in vain, he went into the cage. Whereupon the youngest of the princes rose, and running up, shut the door upon him. Quoth the bird, "Thou hast done the deed, O son of the Sultan." And the youth replied, "Relate to me whatso thou hast wrought in magic to these creations of God." Replied Philomele, "Beside thee lie two heaps of clay, whereof one is white and the other blue. This is used in sorcery, and that to loose the spells." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 420th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating. That the bird said to the youngest son of the Sultan, "By the side of my cage are two heaps of clay, this blue and that white, and the first is the material for sorcery, whilst the second looseth the spell." Hereupon the youth approached them, and finding the mounds, took somewhat of the white and scattered it upon the stones, and cried, "Be ye returned unto your olden shapes." And as he did so, each and every of the stones became men as they had been. Now amongst them were sundry sons of the sultans, also the children of kings and wazirs and bashaws and lords of the land, and of the number 2 were the elder brothers of the young prince. So they salaamed to him, and all congratulated one another to their safety. After this one came forward to the youth and said to him, "Verily this place is a city, all and some of whose folks are ensorcelled." So he took a somewhat of clay from the white and entered the streets, where, finding the case as described to him, he fell to sifting the clay upon them, and they were transmuted from statues of stone into the shapes of Adam's sons. Then at last the sons of that city rose, one and all, and began offering to the prince gifts and rarities, until he had of them a mighty matter. But when his brothers saw that he had become master of the bird Philomele and his cage, and all these presents and choice treasures, they were filled with envy of him, and said to each other, "How shall our brother win him all this, and we abide with him in servile condition, especially when we hie us homewards and return to our own land? And will not folk say that the salvation of the 2 elder brothers was by the hand of the youngest? But we cannot endure such disgrace as this." So envy entered them, and in their jealousy they planned and plotted the death of their cadet, who knew not what was in their minds, or whatso was hidden from him in the limbo of secrets. And when they had wrought their work, the youngest prince arose and bade his pages and eunuchs lade the loads upon the camels and mules, and, when they had done his bidding, they all set forth on the homewards march. They travelled for whole days and nights till they drew near their destination, and the youngest prince bade his attendants seek an open place wherein they might take repose, and they said, "Hearkening and obedience." But when they came upon it, they found a well builded of stone, and the brothers said to the cadet, "This be a place befitting the rest by reason of this well being here, for the water thereof is sweet and good for our drink, and therewith we can supply our folk and our beasts." Replied the youth, "This is what we desire." So they set up their tents hard by that well, and when the camp was pitched, they let prepare the evening meal. And as soon as it was sunset tide, they spread the trays and supped their sufficiency, until presently night came down upon them. Now the youngest prince had a bezeled signet ring, which he had taken from the bird Philomele, and he was so careful thereof that he never slept without it. But his brothers awaited until he was drowned in sleep, when coming softly upon him, they pinioned him and carried him off and cast him into the well, without any one knowing aught thereof. Then as soon as morning morrowed, the 2 eldest princes arose and commanded the attendants to load. But these said to them, "Where be our lord?" And said the others, "He is sleeping in the Takhatrawan." So the camel men arose and loaded the loads, and the litter, and the 2 princes sent forwards to the king their sire a messenger of glad tidings, who when he found them informed him of the fair news. Accordingly he and all his lords took horse and rode forth to meet his sons upon the road, that he might salaam to them and give them joy of their safe return. Now he chanced in their train to catch sight of the caged bird which is called the shrilling Philomele. And he rejoiced thereat, and asked them, "How did ye become masters of him?" Then he inquired anent their brother. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night? And the sovereign suffer me to survive." Now when it was the next night, and that was the 422nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Howl upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan inquired of the two elder sons concerning their younger brother, and they said, We made ourselves masters of the bird, and we have brought him hither, and we know nothing about our cadet. However, the king, who loved his youngest with exceeding love, put the question, Have ye not looked after him, and have ye not been in his company? Whereto they answered, A certain wayfarer declared to have seen him on some path or other. When the father heard this from them, he cried, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great, and he fell to striking palm upon palm. On this wise it befell these. But as regards the case of their brother, when they cast him into the well, he awoke from his sleep, and he felt himself falling into the depths. So he cried, I take refuge with the all-sufficient words of Allah from the mischief he hath created. And by the blessing of these holy names he reached the soul of the well without aught of harm or hurt. Here, finding himself pinioned, he strained upon his bonds and loosed them. But the well was deep of bottom, and he came upon an arched recess. So he sat in it and exclaimed, Verily, we are Allah's, and to him we are returning, and I who wrought for them such work am rewarded with the contrary thereof. With all the power is unto Allah. And suddenly he heard the sound of speaking at some little distance beside him, and the voice was saying, O black of head, who hath come amongst us? And his comrade responded, By Allah, this youth is the son of the Sultan, and his best beloved, and the same hath released his brothers from sorcery, and was carrying them to their homes, when they played him false and cast him into this well. However, he hath a signet ring with a bezel, which if he rub, 'twill bespeak him with whatso he desireth, and will do what he may wish. So the prince said in his mind, I bid the servant of this ring to take me out. After which he rubbed it, and the genie appeared and cried, Yea, verily, O son of the Sultan, what is it thou requirest of me? And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 423rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Howl upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the ring bezel said to him, What dost thou require of me? And said the prince, I demand that thou hoist me out of the well, and this done that thou summon for me an host with pages and eunuchs, and tents and pavilions, and ensigns and banners. Whereto the other replied, Present. Then he brought him forth the well, and the youth found hard by it all he needed. So he bade them load their belongings upon the beasts, and when this was done he set out seeking the city of his sire. And as he drew so near it that it was within shot of eye, he alighted there upon a broad plain, and ordered them to pitch the camp. Accordingly they set up the tents and the sitting pavilions, while the Farishes fell to sprinkling water upon the ground affront the abodes, and to setting up the ensigns and colours, whilst the band of kettle drums went a dub-dub, and the trumpets blared tantaras. The cooks also began at once to prepare the evening meal. Now when the city folk saw this pomp and circumstance, they held in their minds that the newcomer was some sultan approaching to take their town. So they gathered together and went in to their own king, and informed him thereof. But he, having heard their words, felt his heart melt, and his vitals throb, and a certain joy penetrate into his heart. So he said, Praise to the Lord! There hath entered into my heart a certain manner of pleasure, albeit I know not what may be the case, and Allah hath said in his holy book, We have heard good news. Hereupon he and the lords of his land took horse, and rode till they reached the front of the pavilions, where the king dismounted from his steed. Now the prince, his younger son, was dressed in a habit that might have belonged to a hidden horde, and when he saw his father he recognized him. So he rose and met him, and kissed his hands. But his sire knew him not by reason of the case the youth was in, so he supposed him to be a strange sultan. Presently the prince asked him, Where be thy youngest son? And the king, hearing this, fell down a-fainting. But, soon recovering from his swoon, he said, Verily my son hath wasted the blood of his life, and hath become food for wild beasts. Hereupon the youth laughed aloud, and cried, By Allah! Thy son hath not suffered aught from the shifts and changes of the world, and he is still in the bonds of life, safe and sound, nor hath there befallen him anything of harm whatever. Where is he? Quoth the father. He standeth between thy hands, quoth the son. So the Sultan looked at him, and straightly considering him found that it was his very son who was bespeaking him. And of his delight he threw his arms around his neck, and fell with him a-swoon to the ground. This lasted for a full told hour, but when he recovered from his fainting, he asked his son what had betided him. So he told all that had befallen, to wit, how he had become master of the enchanting bird Philomele, and also of the magical clay wherewith he had besprinkled his brethren and others of the city folk who had been turned to stone, all and some, and how they had returned to the shapes whilom they wore. Moreover, he recounted to him the presents and offerings which had been made to him, and also how, when they arrived at a certain place, his brothers had pinioned him and cast him into the well. And ere he finished speaking, lo and behold, the two other princes came in, and when they looked upon his condition, and noted the state of prosperity he was in, surrounded as he was by all manner of weal, they felt only increase the envy and malice. But as soon as their sire espied them, he cried, Ye have betrayed me and my son, and have lied to me, and by Allah, there is no retribution for you on my part save death. And hereupon the Sultan bade them to die. Then the youngest prince made intercession for his brethren, and said, O my sire, whoso doeth the deed shall meet its deserts. And thus he obtained their pardon. So they passed that night one and all in camp, and when morning morrowed, they loaded and returned to the city, and all were in the most pleasurable condition. Now when the king heard this tale from the owner of the fruit, it pleased him, and he rejoiced therein, and said, By Allah, O Shaykh, indeed that hath gone from us which we had cark and care, and in good sooth this history deserveth that it be written with water of gold upon the pages of men's hearts. Replied the other, By Allah, O King of the Age, this adventure is marvellous, but I have another more wondrous and pleasurable and delectable than any thou hast yet heard. Quoth the Sultan, Needs must thou repeat it to us. And quoth the fruit seller, Inshallah, God willing, I will recite it to thee on the coming night. Hereupon the Sultan called for a handmaiden who was a model of beauty and loveliness and stature and perfect grace, and from the time of his buying her he never had connection with her, nor had he once slept with her, and he gave her in honorable gift to the reciter. Then he set apart for them both an apartment with its furniture and appurtenances, and the slave girl rejoiced greatly thereat. Now when she went in to her new lord, she donned her best of dresses, so he lay down beside her and sought carnal copulation, but his prickle would not stand erect, as was its wont, although he knew not the cause thereof. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 425th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the prickle of the fruiterer would not stand to the handmaid as the want thereof. So he cried, Verily, this is a wondrous business. Then the girl fell to rubbing it up and to toying therewith, her object being to establish an erection. But the article in question grew not, and remained limp. Whereupon she said, O my lord, Allah increase the progress of thy pago. Thereupon she arose and opened a bag wherefrom she drew out kerchiefs and dried aromatic herbs, such as are scattered upon corpses. And she also brought a gugglet of water. Presently she fell to washing the prickle as it were a dead body, and after bathing it she shrouded it with a kerchief. Then she cried upon her women, and they all bewept the ultimately fate of his yard, which was still clothed in the kerchief. And when morning morrowed, the Sultan sent after the man, and summoned him, and said to him, How passed thy night? So he told him all that had betided him, and concealed from him naught. And when the Sultan heard this account from him, he laughed at him on such wise, that from excess of merriment he well nigh fell upon his back, and cried, By Allah, if there be such cleverness in that girl, she becometh not save any myself. Accordingly he sent to fetch her as she stood, and left the furniture of the place wholly and entirely to the owner of the fruit. And when this was done, the Sultan made of him a boon companion for that day, from morning till evening, and whenever he thought of the handmaid's doings, he ordered the man to repeat the tale, and he laughed at him and admired the action of the slave girl with the limpo. When darkness came on, they prayed the night prayer, and they supped, and sat down to converse, and to tell anecdotes. Thereupon the king said to the fruiterer, Relate us somewhat of that thou hast heard anent the kings of old. And said the other, Hearing and obeying. And forthwith he began the story of the king Al-Yaman and his 3 sons. Section 24. Story of the king Al-Yaman and his 3 sons. It is related that there was a sultan in the land of Al-Yaman who had 3 male children, 2 of them by one mother and a third by another. Now that king used to dislike this second wife and her son, so he sent her from him and made her, together with her child, consort with the handmaids of the kitchen, never asking after them for a while of time. One day the 2 brothers German went in to their sire and said to him, "'Tis the desire of us to go forth a-hunting and a-chasing." Whereto their father replied, "And have ye force enough for such sport?" They said, "Yea, verily, we have." When he gave to each of them a horse with its furniture of saddle and bridle, and the twain rode off together. But as soon as the third son, who together with his mother had been banished to the kitchen, heard that the other 2 had gone forth to hunt, he went to his mother and cried, "I also would fain mount and away to the chase like my brethren." His mother responded, saying, "O my son, indeed I am unable to buy thee a horse or aught of the kind." So he wept before her, and she brought him a silvern article, which he took and fared forth with it to the bazaar, and there, having sold it for a gold piece, he repaired to a neighbouring mill, and bought him a lame garron. After this he took a bittock of bread, and, backing the beast without saddle or bridle, he followed upon the footsteps of his brothers through the first day and the second, but on the third he took the opposite route. Presently he reached a wadi, when behold, he came across a string of pearls and emeralds which glittered in the sunlight. So he picked it up and set it upon his head, and he fared onward singing for very joy. But when he drew near the town, he was met by his two brothers, who seized him and beat him, and having taken away his necklace, drove him afar from them. Now he was much stronger and more beautiful than they were, but as he and his mother had been cast off by the king, he durst not offer aught of resistance. Now the two brothers, having taken the necklace from him, went away joyful, and repairing to their father, showed him the ornament, and he rejoiced in them, and handing it in his hand marvelled thereat. But the youngest son went to his mother with his heart well nigh broken. Then the Sultan said to his two sons, "Ye have shown no cleverness herein until ye bring me the wearer of this necklace." They answered, "Hearkening and obedience, and we will set out to find her." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 427th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the sons of the Sultan made them ready for the march, whereby they might bring back the bird to whom the necklace belonged. So they took them a sufficiency of provision, and farewelling their father, set out for the city wherein they judged the bird might be. Such was their case. But as regards their unhappy brother, when he heard the news of their going, he took with him a bittock of bread, and having bidden adieu to his mother, mounted his lame garron, and followed upon the traces of his brethren for 3 days. Presently he found himself in the midst of the wild and the wold, and he ceased not faring therethrough till he came to a city whose folks were all weeping and wailing and crying and keening. So he accosted an aged man, and said to him, "Peace be upon thee." And when the other returned his salam, and welcomed him, he asked, saying, "O my uncle, tell me what causeth these groans and this grief?" The other replied, "O my son, verily our city is domineered over by a monstrous lion, who every year cometh about this time, and he hath already done on such wise for 43 years. Now he expecteth every 12-month, as he appeareth to be provided with a damsel arrayed and adorned in all her finery, and if he chance to come as is his wont, and find her not, he will assault the city and destroy it." So before the season of his visit they cast lots upon the maidens of the place, and whomso these befall, her they decorate and lead forth to a place without walls, that the monster may take her. And this year the sort hath fallen upon the king's daughter. When the youth heard these words, he held his peace, and, having taken a seat by the old man for an hour or so, he arose and went forth to the place where the lion was wont to appear, and he took his station there. When behold, the daughter of the king came to him, and right heavy was she of heart. But as she found the youth sitting there, she salamed to him, and made friendship with him, and asked, "What brought thee to this stead?" Answered he, "That which brought thee brought me also." Whereto quoth she, "Verily at this hour the lion shall come to seize me, but as soon as he shall see me, he will devour thee before me, and thus both of us shall lose our lives. So rise up and depart, and save thyself, otherwise thou wilt become mere wasted matter in the belly of the beast." "By Allah, O my lady," quoth he, "I am thy sacrifice at such a moment as this." And as they were speaking, suddenly the world was turned topsy-turvy, and dust clouds and sand devils flew around, and whirlwinds began to play about them. And lo and behold, the monster made his appearance. and as he approached he was lashing his flanks with his tail like the sound of a kettle-drum. Now when the princess espied him, the tears poured down her cheeks, whereat the youth sprang to his feet in haste, and unsheathing his sword, went forth to meet the foe, who at the sight of him gnashed his tusks at him. But the king's son met him bravely, springing nimbly from right to left, whereat the lion raged furiously, and with the design to tear him limb from limb, made a rush at the youth, who smote him with all the force of his forearm, and planted between his eyes a sway of scimitar so sore that the blade came out flashing between his thighs, and he fell to the ground slain and bleeding amain. When the princess saw this daring do of her defender, she rejoiced greatly, and fell to wiping with her kerchief the sweat from his brow. And the youth said to her, "Arise, and do thou fare to thy family." "O my lord, and O light of mine eyes," said she, "we twain together will wend our way as though we were one flesh." But he rejoined, "This is on no wise possible." Then he arose from beside her, and ceased not faring until he had entered the city, where he rested himself beside a shop. She also sprang up, and faring homewards, went in to her father and mother, showing signs of sore sorrow. When they saw her, their hearts fluttered with fear, lest the monster should attack the town and destroy it. Whereupon she said to them, "By Allah, the lion hath been slain, and lieth there dead." They asked her, saying, "What was it killed him?" And she answered, "A handsome youth fair of favour." But they hardly believed her words, and both went to visit the place, where they found the monster stone dead. The folk of the city, one and all, presently heard this fair news, and their joy grew great, when the Sultan said to his daughter, Knowest thou the man who slew him?" To which she answered, "I know him." But as all tidings of youth were cut off, the king let proclaim about the city. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 429th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the king let proclaim through the city how none should oppose him or delay to obey his bidding. Nay, that each and every, great and small, should come forth and pass before the windows of his daughter's palace. Accordingly the crier went abroad and cried about the city to that purport, bidding all the lieges muster and defile in front of the princess's windows. And they continued so doing for 3 full-told days, while she sat continually expecting to sight the youth who had slain the lion, but to no purpose. At last never a soul remained who had not passed in the review, so the Sultan asked, "Is there any one who hath absented himself?" And they answered, "There is none save a stranger youth who dwelleth in such and such a place." "Bring him hither," cried the king, "and command him to pass muster." When the others hastened to fetch him, and as soon as he drew near the window, behold, a kerchief was thrown upon him. Then the Sultan summoned him, and he, when standing in the presence, saluted and made obeisance and blessed the sovereign with the blessings fit for the caliphs. The Sultan was pleased thereat, and said, "Art thou he who slew the lion?" And said the other, "I did." Hereupon quoth the king, "Ask a favour of me, that I grant it to thee." And quoth the youth, "I pray of Allah, and then of our lord the Sultan, that he marry me to his daughter." But the king continued, "Ask of me somewhat of wealth." And all the lords of the land exclaimed, "By Allah, He deserveth the princess who saved her from the lion, and slew the beast." Accordingly the king bade the marriage knot be tied, and let the bridegroom be led in procession to the bride, who rejoiced in him with extreme joy. And he abated her maidenhead, and the two lay that night together. But the prince arose about the latter hours without awakening his bride, and withdrawing her seal ring from her finger, passed his own thereupon, and wrote in the palm of her hand, "I am Aladdin, son of King such and such, who ruleth in the capital of Al-Hind, and, given thou love me truly, do thou come to me, otherwise stay in thy father's house." Then he went forth without awakening her, and fared through wilds and wolds for a term of 10 days, travelling by light and by night, till he drew near a certain city which was domineered over by an elephant. Now this beast would come every year and take from the town a damsel. And on this occasion it was the turn of the princess, daughter to the king who governed that country. But as the youth entered the streets, he was met by groans and moans, and crying and keening. So he asked their anent, and was answered that the elephant was presently approaching to seize the maiden and devour her. He asked, "To what stead cometh he?" And they pointed out to him a place without the city, whereto he repaired and took his seat. Suddenly the princess presented herself before him a-weeping, and with tears down her cheeks a-creeping, when he said to her, "O my lady, there is no harm for thee." Said she, "O youth, by Allah, thou wastest thy life to no purpose, and seeketh thy death without cause. So rise up and save thyself, for the elephant will be here this very hour." And behold, the beast came up to the heart of the waste, and he was raising a dust cloud, and trumpeting with rage, and lashing flanks with tail. But when he arrived at the wonted place, he was confronted by the youth, who, with a stronger heart than granite, hastened to fall upon him, and fatigued him, and dealt blows without cease. And when the elephant charged down upon him, he met the monster with a stroke between the eyes, dealt with all the force of his forearm, and the blade came flashing out from between his thighs, when the beast fell to the ground slain, and weltering in his blood amain. Thereupon, in the stress of her joy, the princess arose hurriedly and walked towards the youth. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 430th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating," that the princess walked hurriedly towards the youth, and in the stress of her joy threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him between the eyes, and cried, "O my lord, may thy hands never palsied grow, nor exalt over thee any foe." Said he to her, "Return to thy people." And said she, "There is no help but that I and thou fare together." But he replied, "This matter is not the right rede." And he went from her at a double quick pace, saying, "O Allah, may none see me," until he entered the city, and presently seating himself beside a tailor's shop, fell to conversing with its owner. Presently the man said, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." By this time the daughter of the king will have been seized by the elephant and torn to pieces and devoured, and she the mainstay of her mother and her father. And behold, loud lullilooing flew about the city, and one began exclaiming, "Verily, the elephant which is wont to come hither year by year hath been slaughtered by a man quite young in years, and the Sultan hath sent a crier to cry amongst the crowds." Let the slayer of the beast come into the presence and crave a boon, and marry the maiden. So quoth the youth to the tailor, What is to do? And the other informed him of the truth of the report, whereupon he asked, If I go to the king, will he give her to me? Answered the tailor, Who art thou that thou shouldest intermarry with the daughter of the king? And the prince rejoined, We will go and bespeak him, and lie to him, saying, I am he who slew the monster. But the other retorted, O youth, thou art willingly and wilfully going to thy death, for an thou lie to him, he will assuredly cut off thy head. Presently the prince, who was listening to the crier, said to his companion, Up with thee, and come with us, that thou mayest look upon my execution. And cried the other, Why so, O thou true-born son? Whereto the youth replied, Needs must I do this. Hereupon he and the man arose, and went till they came to the palace of the Sultan, where they craved leave to enter, but were forbidden by the chamberlain, when lo and behold, the princess looked out from the lattice and saw the prince together with the tailor. So she threw the kerchief upon his head and cried aloud, By Allah, here he be, and 'tis none but he who slew the elephant, and who saved me from him. Hereat the tailor fell to wondering at the youth, but when the king saw that his daughter had thrown the kerchief upon him, he presently sent to summon him between his hands, and asked him how it happened, and heard from him the truth of the tale. Then said he, By Allah, verily my daughter was lost, so that this youth well deserveth her. Thereupon he tied the marriage tie between the twain, and the youth, after wedding her, went to her in procession, and did away her pucelage, and lay the night with her. And presently when day was nigh, the young prince arose, and seeing her slumbering, wrote in the palm of her hand, I am such and such, the son of such a king in such and such a capital, and if thou love me truly, come to find me, or otherwise stay in thy father's house. Then without awakening her he fared forth to the city of the enchanting bird, and ceased not cutting athwart the wilds and the wolds throughout the nights and the days, till he arrived at the place wherein dwelt the bird Philomele, whereto the necklace belonged. And she was the property of the princess, the daughter to the sovereign, whose seat was in that capital, and it was the greatest of cities, and its king was the grandest of the kings. When he entered the highways, he leant against the shop of an oilman, to whom he said, Peace be upon you. And the other returned his salutation, and seated him beside himself, and the two fell to conversing. Presently the prince asked him, O my lord, what canst thou tell me concerning a certain bird and her owner? And the other made answer, I know nothing but of oil and of honey and of clarified butter, whereof whatever thou requirest I will give to thee. Quoth the youth, This is no reply to my question. And quoth the oilman, I know not nor regard aught save what is by me in my shop. So the prince, arising from beside him, left him, and went forth to continue his search. But whenever he asked concerning the bird and its owner, the folk changed the subject and returned him no reply, save, We know not. This lasted until he accosted a man well stricken in years, whose age was nigh to 100, and he was sitting alone at one side of the city. So the youth walked up to him and salaamed, and after the other returned his greeting, and kindly welcomed him, and seated him near him, the two fell a-talking together, and the prince asked him, O my uncle, what canst thou tell me concerning the bird whose necklet is of precious stones? And what concerning the owner thereof? The aged man held his peace for a while, and presently exclaimed, O my son, why ask me of this? O my child, verily the kings and sons of the kings have sought her in marriage, but could not avail. Indeed, and the lives of folks manifold have been wasted upon her. How then canst thou hope to win her? Nevertheless, O my son, go and buy thee 7 lambs, and slaughter them, and skin them, after which do thou roast them, and cut them in halves. For she hath 7 doors at each, whereof standeth as warder a rending lion. And at the 8th, which guardeth the maiden and the bird, are posted 40 slaves, who at all times are there lying. And now I leave thee to thy luck, O my son." But when the prince heard these words, he asked his aidance of the sheikh, and went forth from him. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 432nd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the prince craved for the prayers of the sheikh, who blessed him. Then he went forth from him and bought of the lambs what he had been charged to buy, and these he slaughtered and skinned and roasted, and he cut each and every into halves. He waited until night descended with its darkness, and ceased the toing and froing of folk, when he arose and walked to the place pointed out, and there found the lion whose shape and size equalled the stature of a full-grown bull. He threw to him half a lamb, and the beast allowed him to pass through that door, and it was the same with the other entrances, all 7 of them, until he reached the 8th. Here he found the 40 slaves who were bestrewn on the ground, bedrowned in sleep. So he went in with soft tread, and presently he came upon the bird Philomele in a cage, encrusted with pearls and precious stones, and he saw the princess who owned him lying asleep on a couch. Hereat he wrote upon the palm of her hand, "I am such and such, son to the king such and such, and of such a city. And I have come in upon thee, and beheld thee bared whilst thou wast sleeping, and I have also taken away the bird. However, an thou love me and long for me, do thou come to me in mine own city." Then he seized the bird to his prize, and fared forth, and what he did with the lion's coming that he did when going out. The veiler veiled him, and he went forth to the city, and met not a single soul, and he ceased not faring the livelong night till next morning did appear, when he hid in a place seeking repose, and he ate somewhat of victual. But as soon as the daylight shone bright, he arose and continued his journey, praying Allah for protection on his wayfare, till it was mid-afternoon. Then he found, like an oasis in the middle of the waste, certain pastures of the wild Arabs, and as he drew near the owner met him, and salaamed to him, and greeted him, and blessed him. So he lay that night with them till dawn, when the sheikh of the encampment, who had heard of the stranger, came to him and welcomed him, and found him a youth fair of form and favour, and saw by his side the enchanting bird in its cage. He recognized it, and wondered at the young man's daring do, and cried, "Subhanallah! Praise be to God, who hath committed his secret unto the weakest of his creation. Verily, this bird hath caused on its account to be slain many the wizars and kings and the sultans, yet hath yonder lad mastered it and carried it away. This, however, is by virtue of his good fortune." Then the old man had compassion on him, and gave him a horse that he had by him, together with somewhat of provant. The prince took them from him, and returning to his march, traversed the wilds and the wolds for days and nights, all of them. And he continued in that case when he drew near his father's capital, which rose within eyeshot. And as he walked on without heed, behold, his brethren met him and confronted him, and fell upon him, and having taken away the enchanting bird, reviled him and beat him, and shook him off and drove him away. Then they entered the city and sought their sire, who received them with fair reception, and greeted them and rejoiced in them. After which they presented him with the bird Philomele, and said, "Here we bring him to thee, and there befell us through his account much toil and trouble." But their brother who had really won the prize went to his mother in sadness of heart. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 433rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the young prince who had brought the bird, and whom his brothers had beaten and robbed of his prize, went to his mother in sadness of heart and shedding tears. Quoth she, What is thy case, and what hath befallen thee? So he told her what had betided him, and she said, Sorrow not, O my son, in the course of the right shall be made manifest. Then she quieted him and soothed his heart. This is what happened to these persons. But as regards the princess, the owner of the bird, when she awoke at dawn of day and opened her eyes, she found her favourite gone, and as her glance fell upon the things about her, suddenly she saw something written in the palm of her hand. But as soon as she read it and comprehended its purport, she cried aloud with a mighty grievous cry, which caused the palace women to flock around, and her father to ask what was to do, but none could explain it, because no one knew. So the Sultan arose forthright, and going in to his daughter, found her buffeting her face for the sake of her bird, and asked her, What is to do with thee? So she informed him of what had befallen her, adding, Verily, he who came into my bower and discovered me bare, and looked upon me, and wrote upon the palm of my hand, him I am determined to have, and none other save that one. Quoth her father, O my daughter, many sons of the wazirs and the kings have sought the bird, and have failed, and now do thou suppose that he hath died. But quoth the princess, I desire none save the man who found me in sleep and looked upon me, and he is the son of King So-and-so, reigning in such a capital. Said her father, Then how standeth the case? And said she, Needs must I thank him, and seek his city, and marry him, for assuredly amongst the sons of the kings, all of them, none can be fairer or more delightsome than he who hath craftily devised this entrance to me in so guarded a stead as this. How then can anyone be his peer? Hereupon her father bade muster the forces without the city, and he brought out for his daughter rarities and presents and mule litters, and they pitched the tents, and after 3 days they loaded the goods for travel. Then they fared for whole days and nights, until they drew near the city, wherein the youth had slain the elephant, and had saved the daughter of the king. So the Sultan set up his encampment with its tents and pavilions hard by the walls, to the end that all might take their rest. But when the king of the city saw this, he rode forth to visit the stranger, and after greeting asked him the cause of his coming with such a host. The Sultan apprised him of what had happened to his daughter, how she had lost the enchanting bird, also how the youth had come into her bower, and had written a writ upon the palm of her hand. But when the king heard from him this account, he knew and was certified that it was the same prince who had also slain the elephant, and who had on such wise saved his daughter's life. So he said to the Sultan, Verily, he who took the bird belongs to thy princess, hath also married my daughter, for he hath done such and such deeds. After which he related to him the slaughter of the elephant, and all that had happened from beginning to end. Now as the Sultan heard these words, he cried, By Allah, my daughter is excusable, and she hath shown her insight and her contrivance. And presently he arose, and going in to her, related what he had heard from the king of the city, and she wondered at the tale of the youth's adventures and the killing of the elephant. They nighted in that stead, and the tidings soon reached the ears of the youth's wife, the princess who had been saved from the elephant. And she said to her sire, I also needs must go to him and foregather with him. Hereupon the king her father bade muster his troops together with the lords of the land without the city beside the host of the chief sultan. And on the second day both sovereigns bade the loads be loaded for the march. When their bidding was obeyed, the twain set out together and travelled for days and nights until they drew near to the capital of the king where the youth had slain the lion, and they pitched their tents in its neighbourhood. Presently the sovereign of that capital came out and greeted them, and asked them the cause of their coming. So they informed him of their adventures from commencement to conclusion, and he, when certified of the truth of this tale, returned to inform his daughter thereof. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 435th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the third king informed his daughter of the certainty of the tidings, and she also exclaimed, Needs must I well as they set out to seek him and foregather with him. So her father turned to the sultan and the king, and told them of the adventures of the youth, and how he was the cause of his daughter's salvation from the lion, which he had slain. And when the twain heard his words, they marvelled and cried, By Allah, verily this youth is fortunate in all his doings. Would heaven we knew how be his condition with his father, and whether he is loved or he is loathed. Then the three fell to talking of the prince's qualities, and presently the third king arose and gave orders for gathering together the lords of his land and his army, and he brought out for his daughter mule litters, and got ready all she might require of rarities and offerings. Then the three kings gave orders to load the beasts, and fared together, taking with them their three daughters, who, whenever they conversed together, used to praise the high gifts of the prince, and she, who was the mistress of the bird, would say, Ye twain have foregathered with him, and the others would answer, We passed with him no more than a single night. After which they would relate to her the slaughter of the lion and the elephant. So she wondered and cried, By Allah, verily he is auspicious of fortune. And they ceased not to be in such case for whole days and nights and days, throughout the length of the journey, till they drew near the far-famed city which was the bourne of their wayfare and the object of their wishes. Now this happened about sunset tide. So the three kings who had alighted together bade their tents and pavilions be set up. And when their behest was obeyed, each and every of the three commanded that the firemen and linkmen light up their torches and cressets, and they did so, one and all, until that wady was illumined as by the sheen of day. But when the city folk saw what was done by the three kings, their hearts quaked and their flesh quivered, and they cried, Verily for the mighty hosts of these kings there needs must be a cause of coming. However, the strangers nighted in sight until morn grew light, when the three sovereigns foregathered, and sent a messenger with an invite to the lord of the city, who on receiving him exclaimed, Hearkening and obedience! Then mounting without stay or delay, he rode forth till he reached the strangers' camp, where he alighted and went in and greeted them. And they, on similar guise, arose to him and wished him long life, and seated him and fell to conversing with him for a full told hour. But he was whelmed in the ocean of thought, and kept saying to himself, Would heaven I knew what be the cause of the king's coming to this my country." However, the four sovereigns continued to converse until the noontide hour, when the trays were dispread for them, and the tables were laid with sumptuous meats in platters and chargers of precious metal, the very basins and ewers being of virgin gold. But when the king of that city beheld this, he marvelled, and said in his mind, "By Allah, there is not with me aught of rarities like these." As soon as they had ended eating what sufficed them, water was brought to them, and they washed their hands, after which they were served with confections and coffee and sherbets. Anon the three kings said to their guest, Hast thou any children?" And said he, "Yes, I have 2 sons." Quoth they, "Summon them before us that we may look upon them." So he sent and bade them make act of presence. The princes donned their finest dresses and perfumed themselves. Then they took horse and rode until they had reached their father's palace. But the 3 princesses stood to look at them, and she who was the owner of the bird Philomele asked of the 2 others, saying, "Is he amongst these twain?" And they answered, "Nay, he is not." She exclaimed, "By Allah, both of them be fine men." And the others cried, "Indeed, our husband is far fairer and finer than they." But when the king saw the 2 brothers, they said to their sire, "Verily, our need is not with them." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 437th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the 2 kings said to the lord of the city, Verily our need is not in this pair of youths. And the 3rd king added, By Allah, indeed these 2 young men be fair of favour, for that he had not seen the prince who had taken his daughter's bird Philomele. Presently the 2 asked the father, saying, Is there by thee no issue other than these 2? And said he, Yes, I have a son, but I have cast him out, and I have placed his mother amongst the handmaids of the kitchen. Send to fetch him, quoth they. So he dispatched a messenger to bring him into the presence. And he came, withal he was without any finery of dress. But as soon as the 2 damsels saw him, they communed concerning him, and he inclined to them, and went into their pavilion, when they rose to him, and threw their arms around his neck, and kissed him between his eyes. Hereupon the mistress of the bird said to the 2 others, Be this he? And said they, Yes. So she also arose and kissed his hand. But when he had finished greeting them, he at once went forth to the assembled kings, who stood up in honour to him, and welcomed him and greeted him. And when his father saw that case, he wondered with great wonderment. Then the youth took seat afar from his brothers, and addressed them, saying, Which of the twain was first to take the necklace? And they held their peace. He resumed speech and said to them, Which of you killed the lion, and which of you slew the elephant, and which of you embraved his heart, and going into the bower of the august damsel, daughter to this Sultan, carried off her bird Philomele? But they answered him never a syllable, and were far from offering a reply. So he resumed, Wherefore did ye fall upon me, and beat me, and take away the enchanting bird, when I was able to slay you both? Yet to everything is its own time, and this my father had banished me, and banished my mother, nor did he give her aught of what became her. Saying these words, the youth fell upon his 2 brethren with his sword, and striking a single stroke he slew the twain, after which he would have assaulted his sire, and put him to death. However, the three kings forbade him, and presently he whose daughter owned the bird put an end to this, by insisting upon the marriage tie with them being tied. So he went in unto her that very night, and the three damsels became his acknowledged spouses. After this his father gave command that his mother be admitted into the palace, and he honored her, and banished the parents of his two elder sons, for he was assured that their cadet had done such dare-doing by slaying the lion and the elephant, and by bringing into the presence Philomele, the enchanting bird, and he was certified that the deed had been done by none other. So he set apart a palace for the young prince and his three princesses, and he gave them a commandment, and their joys ever increased. And lastly, the three kings ceased not abiding in that place for 40 days, after which they devised their departure. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 438th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Howl upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the three kings desired, one and all of them, to depart and return to their countries and their capitals. And their son-in-law presented them with gifts and rarities, whereupon they blessed him and went their ways. After this the young prince, who had become sovereign and sultan, took seat upon the throne of his realm, and by the reign he was obeyed, and the servants of Allah for him prayed. Presently on a day of the days he inclined to the hunt and the chase. So he went off with his suite till they found themselves in the middle of the wildest of wolds, where the ruler came upon an underground cavern. He proposed to enter therein, when his followers prevented him, and behold, a man came to him from the desert, showing the signs of wayfare, and carrying a somewhat of water and victual, and his garments were all threadbare. The king inquired of him, saying, "Whence hast thou come, and whither art thou going?" And the other replied, "We be three in this antre who have fled our country, and whenever we require aught of meat and drink, one of us fareth forth to fetch what will suffice us of provision for 10 days." "And what is the cause of your flying your native land?" asked the king. And the other answered, "Verily our tale is wondrous, and our adventures are joyous and marvellous." Hereupon quoth the king, "Wallahi, we will not quit this spot till such time as we shall have heard your histories, and let each one of you three recount to us what befell him, so that we hear it from his own mouth." Hereupon the king commanded sundry of his suite to set forth home, and the rest to abide beside him, and he sent a chamberlain of the chamberlains that he might go bring from the city somewhat of victual and water and wax candles, and all the case required, saying the while to himself, "Verily, the hearing of histories is better than hunting and birding, for haply they may solace and gladden the hearts of men." So the chamberlain went forth, and after an absence of an hour or so, he returned bringing all the king had commanded. Upon which he and the suite brought in the Larrikin, together with his two companions, until they had led them to the presence and seated the three together. All this while none of the vagabonds knew that the personage before them was king of the city. So they fell to conversing until the next night came on, when the sovereign bade them tell their tales of themselves, and what had befallen each and every of them. They replied, "Hearkening and obedience," and the foremost of them began to recite the history of the first Larrikin. Section 25. History of the first Larrikin. Verily, O king, my tale is a rare, and it is e'en as follows. I had a mother of whose flocks the world had left her but a single kid, and we owned ne'er other. Presently we determined to sell it, and, having so done, we bought it with its price a young calf, which we brought up for a whole year till it grew fat and full-sized. Then my mother said to me, Take yon calf and go sell it. So I went forth with it to the bazaar, and I saw that not one was like it, when behold, a body of vagabonds, who numbered some 40, looked at the beast, and it pleased them. So they said one to other, Let us carry this away and cut its throat and flay it. Then one of them, as all were standing afar off, came near me and said, O youth, wilt thou sell this kid? And quoth I, O my uncle, verily, this is a calf and not a kid. And the other rejoined, Art thou blind? This is a kid. Cried I, A calf. So he asked, Wilt thou take from me $1? And I answered, Nay, O my uncle. Thereupon he went away from me, and another came after him, and said, O youth, wilt thou sell this kid? And said I, This is a calf. And quoth he, This is a kid, and reviled me while I held my peace. Again quoth he, Wilt thou take for this $1? But I was not satisfied therewith, and they ceased not to wrangle with me, one after other, each coming up and saying, O youth, wilt thou sell this kid? At last their sheikh accosted me and cried, Wilt thou sell it? And I rejoined, There is no majesty save in Allah. I will sell it on one condition, to wit, that I take from thee its tail. Replied to me the sheikh of the vagabonds, Thou shalt take the tail when we have slaughtered it. Then paying me $1, he led off the beast, and returned to his own folk. Presently they killed it and flayed it, when I took the tail and hastened back to my mother. She said to me, Hast thou sold the calf? And said I, Yes, I have sold it, and have taken $1 and the calf's tail. And what wilt thou do for the tail? Asked she. And I answered, I will do him brown who took it from me, saying, This is a kid, and I will serve him a slight which shall get out of him to its price 10 times 100. With these words I arose, and taking the tail, I filleted and studded it with nails and bits of glass. And I asked of my mother a maiden's dress, which she brought me. And presently I covered my face with a burqa veil, and I adorned me and perfumed myself, and I girded my loins underneath my clothes with the tail of that calf. Then went I forth like a virgin girl, till I reached the barrack of those black guards, when I found that they had cooked the whole calf, and naught of it remained undressed, and they had prepared to spread the table, and were about sitting down to supper. Then I went in to them and said, Peace be upon you. And they rose to me in a body of their joy, and returned my greetings, and said, By Allah, our night is a white one. So I entered to them and supped with them, and they all inclined to me, and their mustachios wagged in token that they would disport with me. But when darkness came on, they said, This night is for our sheikh, but after this each one of us shall take her for his own night. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 441st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the vagabond said, Each one of us shall take her to him for a night after the sheikh. And so saying they left me and went their ways. Then the chief fell to chatting with me, and he was in high spirits, when suddenly my glance fell upon a rope hanging from the ceiling of that barrack, and I cried, "O Sheikh!" Whereto he replied, "Yes, O my lady and light of mine eyes." Said I to him, "What may be this cord thus suspended?" And said he, "This is called hanging gear, and when any of ours requireth chastisement for my associates, we hoist him up by this rope and we bash him." Quoth I, "Hang me up and let me see how 'tis done." But quoth he, "Heaven forfend, O my lady! I will hang myself in thy stead, and thou shalt look upon me." Hereat he arose and tied himself tight, and cried, "Haul up this rope and make it fast in such a place." I did his bidding and bound it right firmly, and left him hanging in the air. Presently he cried, "Let go the cord." And replied I, "O Sheikh, first let me enjoy the spectacle." Then I stripped him of all his clothing, and drawing forth the calf's tail, which was studded with nails and glass splinters, I said to him, "O Sheikh, is this the tail of a kid or of a calf?" "What woman art thou?" asked he. And I answered, "I am the owner of the calf." And then, tucking up my 2 sleeves to the elbows, I beat him till I stripped him of his skin, and he lost his senses, and he had no breath wherewith to speak. Thereupon I arose and fell to searching the hall, where I found sundry valuables, amongst which was a box. So I opened it, and came upon 300 gold pieces, and a store of reals, and silverlings, and jadids. I laid hands on the whole of it, and bore off somewhat of the most sumptuous dresses, and having wrapped them all up in a sheet, I carried them away. And about dawn I went in to my mother, and cried, "Take thee to the price of the calf, which I have received from the purchaser." But when the day was high and the sun waxed hot, the whole troop of the Sheikh collected and said, "Verily, our elder hath slept till the undern hour." And one of them declared, "'Tis from enjoying too much pleasure and luxury, he and the girl, and doubtless their night hath been a white night." So they ceased not talking together, and each of them had his word until the noon was high, when certain of them said, "Come with us, and let us rouse him from sleep." And saying thus, all went to the door of the hall and opened it. Hereupon they found their sheikh hanging up, and his body bleeding profusely. So they asked him, "What hath befallen thee?" And he answered in a weak voice, "Verily, that girl is no girl at all, but she is the youth who owned the calf." They replied, "By Allah, there is no help but that we seize him and slay him." Whereto the elder said, "Loose me and lead me to the hammam, that I may wash clean my skin of all this blood." Then they led him down, and after mourning him upon a donkey, they bore him to the baths. Hereat I went to the slaughter-house, and covered my body with bullock's blood, and stuck to it pledgets of cotton, so that I became like one sorely diseased, and I repaired to the same hammam, propped up on a staff, and required admittance. They refused me, saying, "The Sheikh of the vagabonds is now in the baths, nor may any one go in to him." Quoth I to them, "I am a man with a malady." Whereto quoth one of them, "This is a poor wight, so let him come within." Accordingly I entered, and found the chief alone. Whereupon I drew forth the tail, and asked him, "O Sheikh, is this the tail of a calf or a kid?" "Who art thou?" said he. And I said, "I am the owner of the calf." After which I fell to beating him with the tail, until his breath was clean gone. Then I left him, and went forth from the hammam by another door, so as to avoid his followers. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 442nd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth, the owner of the calf, after beating the sheikh of the vagabonds with a sore bashing within the bath, went forth by the back door. Whereupon, continued the Larrikin, the followers of the chief went in, and they found him at his last breath and moaning from the excess of blows. Quoth they, What is the matter with thee? And quoth he, That man with the malady who came into the hammam is none other but the owner of the calf, and he hath killed me. So they took him up and carried him from the place, and he said to them, Do ye bear me outside the city, and set up for me a tent, and lay me therein, after which do ye gather round about me, and never leave me at all. Hereat they mounted him upon an ass, and bore him to the place he described, and pitching a tent, set him therein, and all sat around him. Presently the tidings reached me, whereupon I changed my clothes for a disguise, and drew near the tent, whereabouts I found a Badawi man feeding his sheep. So I said to him, O Badawi, take this ducat, and draw near yonder tent, and call aloud, saying, I am the owner of the calf. After which make off with thy life, for an they catch thee, they will slay thee. By Allah, quoth the Arab, even if they rode their best mares, none of them could come up with me. So I took charge of the sheep, while the Badawi, approaching their tent, cried in his loudest voice, By Allah, I am the owner of the calf. Hearing this, the vagabonds sprang to their feet as one body, and drew their weapons, and rushed after the Badawi. But when he had run some distance from the tent, with all the men behind him, I went in, and drawing from below my clothes the tail of the calf, said, O Sheikh, is this the tail of a calf or a kid? The elder asked, Art thou not he who cried out, I am the owner of the calf? And I answered, No, I am not, and came down upon him with the tail, and beat him until he could no longer breathe. Then I took the properties belonging to his party, and wrapping them in a sheet, carried them off, and quitting the place I went in to my mother, and said to her, Take them to the worth of the calf. Now those who had run after the Badawi ceased not pursuing him, yet could none of them come up with him, and when they were tired they returned from the chase, and stinted not walking until they entered the tent. There they found the sheikh breathless, nor could he move save to make signs. So they sprinkled a little water upon his face, and the life returned to him, and he said to them, Verily, the owner of the calf came to me, and beat me till he killed me, and the white who cried, I am the owner of the calf, is an accomplice of his. Thereupon all waxed furious, and the elder said to them, Bear me home, and give out that your sheikh is deceased, after which do you bathe my body, and carry me to the cemetery, and bury me by night, and next morning disinter me, so that the owner of this calf may hear that I am dead, and leave me in peace. Indeed, as long as I continue in this condition, he will devise for me device after device, and some day will come in to me and kill me downright. They did what their sheikh bade them, and began crying and keening, and saying, Verily, our chief is deceased, so that the report was bruited abroad that the sheikh of the vagabonds had died. But I, the owner of the calf, said to myself, By Allah, an he be dead, they will assuredly make for him some mourning ceremony. Now when they had washed him and shrouded him, and carried him out upon the bier, and were proceeding to the graveyard that they might bury him, and had reached halfway to it, lo and behold, I joined the funeral train, and suddenly walking under the coffin with a sharp packing needle in hand. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 443rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that I walked under the bier packing needle in hand, and thrust it into the shake of the vagabonds, whereat he cried out, and sprang up, and sat upright on his shell." Now when the king heard this tale he laughed and was cheered, and the Larrikin resumed, "By Allah, when I thrust the needle into him and he sat upright in his coffin, all the folk who fell to wondering and cried, 'Verily, the dead hath come to life.' Hereupon, O my lord, my fear waxed great, and I said to myself, all adventures are not like one another. Haply the crowd will recognize me and slay me. So I went forth the city and came hither." Cried the king, "Of a truth this tale is marvellous." When the second Larrikin exclaimed, "By Allah, O my lord, my tale is rarer and stranger than this. For indeed therein I did deeds worthy of the jinn mad, and amongst the many tricks that came from my hand I died and was buried, and I devised a device whereby they drew me from my tomb." Quoth the king, "Wallahi, if thy tale be more wondrous than that which forewent it, I needs must reward thee with somewhat. But now tell us of what betided thee." So the man began to relate the history of the second Larrikin. Section 26. History of the second Larrikin and the tale of the third Larrikin. History of the second Larrikin. I was living, O my lord, under the same roof with my father's wife, and I had with me some bundles of sesame cobs, but no great quantity, which I stored in a little basket hanging up in the great ceiling vault of our house. Now one day of the days a party of merchants, numbering 5 or so, gathered with their head man, came to our village and began asking for sesame. And then they happened to meet me on the road hard by our place, so they put me the same question. I asked them, "Do you want much of it?" And they answered, "We require about 100 ardabs." Quoth I, "By me is a large quantity thereof." And quoth they, "Have the kindness to show us the muster." Whereto I rejoined, "Upon the head and the eye." Hereat I led them into the room wherein the basket was suspended with a few cobs of sesame, there being none other, and I went up by an outside staircase to the top of the vault, which I pierced, and putting forth my hand, took up a palmful, and therewith returned to them and showed the specimen. They saw that the sesame was clean grain, and said one to other, "This house is naught but full to the vault." For had there been a small quantity there, he would have opened the door and shown us the heaps. Hereupon I conversed with them and settled the price, and they paid me as earnest money for 100 ardabs of sesame, 600 rials. I took the coin and gave it to the wife of my father, saying to her, "Cook for us a supper that shall be toothsome." Then I slaughtered for her 5 chickens, and charged her that, after she should have cooked the supper, she must prepare for us a pot of baysara, which must be slab and thick. She did as I bade her, and I returned to the merchants and invited them to sup with us and night in our house. Now when sunset time came, I brought them in for the evening meal, and they supped and were cheered. And as soon as the hour for night prayer had passed, I spread for them sleeping gear, and said to them, "O our guests, be careful of yourselves, lest the wind come forth from your bellies. For with me dwelleth the wife of my father, who disgusteth fizzles, and who dieth if she hear a fart." After this they slept soundly from the stress of their fatigue, and were overwhelmed with slumber. But when it was midnight, I took the pot of baysara, and approached them as they still slumbered, and I besmeared their backsides with the baysara, and returned and slept until dawn of day, in my own stead hard beside them. At this time all 5 were awake, and as each one arose before his companions, he sensed a somewhat soft below him, and putting forth his hand felt his bum bewrayed with the stuff, and said to his neighbour, "Ho, such an one, I have skited." And the other said, I also have conskited myself. And then all said together, We have skited. But when I heard this, O my lord, I rose forthwith and cried out, saying, Haste ye to my help, O ye folk, for these guests have killed my father's wife. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 445th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that quoth the second Larrikin to the king, O my lord, I cried out, saying, The guests have slain the wife of my father. But when they heard me, the merchants arose and ran away, each following other. So I rushed after them, shouting aloud, Ye have killed my father's wife, till such time as they had disappeared from sight. Then I said to myself, Inshallah, they will never more come back. But after they had disappeared for a whole year, they returned and demanded their coin, to wit, 600 reals. And I, when the tidings reached me, feigned myself dead, and ordered my father's wife to bury me in the cemetery, and I took to my grave a portion of charcoal and a branding iron. Now when the 5 merchants came and asked after me, the folk said, He hath deceased, and they have graved him in his grave. Whereupon the creditors cried, By Allah, there is no help but that we go and piss upon his fosse. Now I had made a crevice in the tomb, and I had lighted the charcoal, and I had placed the branding iron ready till it became red hot, and, when they came to piddle upon my grave, I took the iron and branded their hinder cheeks with sore branding, and this I did to one and all, till the 5 had suffered in the flesh. Presently they departed to their own country, when my father's wife came and opened the tomb, and drew me forth, and we returned together to our home. After a time, however, the news reached these merchants in their towns that I was living and hearty, so they came once more to our village, and demanded of the governor that I be given up to them. So the rulers sent for and summoned me, but when the creditors made a claim upon me for 600 reals, I said to the governor, O my lord, verily these 5 fellows were slaves to my sire in bygone times. Quoth the ruler, Were ye then in sooth chattels to his sire? And said they to me, Thou liest. Upon this I rejoined, Bear their bodies, and if thou find a mark thereupon, they be my father's serviles, and if thou find no sign, then are my words false. So they examined them, and found upon the rumps of the 5 marks of the branding iron, and the governor said, By Allah, in good sooth he hath told the truth, and you 5 are the chattels of his father. Hereupon began a dispute and debate between us, nor could they contrive aught to escape from me until they had paid me 300 reals in addition to what I had before of them. When the Sultan heard these words from the Larrikin, he fell to wondering and laughing at what the white had done, and he said, By Allah, verily thy deed is the deed of a vagabond who is a past master in fraud. Then the third Larrikin spoke and said, By Allah, in good sooth my story is more marvellous and wondrous than the tales of this twain, for that none, methinketh, save I could have done aught of the kind. The king asked him, And what may be thy story? So he began to relate the tale of the third Larrikin. O my lord, I was once an owner of herbs whereof naught remained to me but a single bowl, well advanced in years and unhealthy of flesh and of hide. And when I sought to sell him to the butchers, none was willing to buy him of me, nor even to accept him as a gift. So I was disgusted with the beast, and with the idea of eating him. And, as he could not be used to either grind or to plough, I led him into a great courtyard, where I slaughtered him and stripped off his hide. Then I cut the flesh into bittocks. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 447th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the whilom owner of the bowl said to the king, O my lord, I cut his flesh into bittocks, and went forth and cried aloud upon the dogs of the quarter, when they all gathered together, nor did one remain behind. Then I caused them to enter the court, and having bolted the door, gave to each dog a bit of the meat, weighing 1/2 pound. So all ate and were filled, after which I shut them up in the house, which was large, for a space of 3 days, when behold, the folk came seeking their tykes, and crying, Whither can the curs have gone? So I related how I had locked them up within the house, and hereupon each man who had a hound came and took it away. Then quoth I, Thy dog hath eaten a full pound of flesh, and I took from each owner 6 fadas, and let him have his beast until I recovered for the meat of that bowl a sum of 2,000 fadas. The last of these dogs there remained to me but one unclaimed, and he had only a single eye, and no owner. So I took up a staff and beat him, and he ran away, and I ran after to catch him until he came upon a house with the door open, and rushed within. Now by the decree of the decreer it so happened that the mistress of the house had a man living with her who was one-eyed, and I ran in and said to her, Bring out the one-eyed that is with thee, meaning the dog. But when the house mistress heard me say, Bring out the one-eyed, she fancied that I spoke of her mate. So knowing naught about the matter of the tyke, she came up to me and cried, Allah upon thee, O my lord, do thou veil what Allah hath veiled, and rend not our reputation, and deal not disgrace to us, presently adding, Take this bangle from me, and betray us not. So I took it, and left her, and went my ways. After which she returned to the house, and her heart was heaving, and she found that her man had been in like case ever since he heard me say, Bring out the one-eyed. So I went away carrying off the bracelet, and fared homeward. But when she looked about the room, lo and behold, she espied the one-eyed dog lying in a corner, and, as soon as she caught sight of him, she was certified that I had alluded to the beast. So she buffeted her face, and regretted the loss of her bangle, and following me she came up and said to me, O my lord, I have found the one-eyed dog, so do thou return with me, and take him. Whereat I had pity upon the woman, and restored to her the ornament. However, when this had befallen me, fear possessed my heart lest she denounce me, and I went away from my village, and came to this place, where the 3 of us foregathered, and have lived ever since. When the king had given ear to this story, he was cheered, and said, By Allah, verily the adventures of you 3 are wondrous, but my desire of you is to know if any of you have heard aught of the histories of bygone sultans, and if so, let him relate them to me. First, however, I must take you into the city, that you may enjoy your rest. O my lord, quoth they, who art thou of the citizens? And quoth he, I am the king of this country, and the cause of my coming hither was my design to hunt and chase, and the finding you here hath diverted me therefrom. But when they heard his words, they forthwith rose to their feet, and did him obeisance, saying, Hearing and obeying. After which the 3 repaired with him to the city. Here the king commanded that they set apart for them an apartment, and appointed to them rations of meat and drink, and vested them with robes of honor. And they remained in company one with other, till a certain night of the nights, when the Sultan summoned them, and they made act of presence between his hands, and the season was after the king had prayed the Isha prayers. So he said to them, I require that each and every of you who knoweth an history of the kings of yore shall relate it to me. Whereat one of the four, I have by me such a tale. Quoth the king, then tell it to us. When the first Larrikin began to relate the story of a Sultan of Al-Hind and his son Mohammed. Section 27. Story of a Sultan of Al-Hind and his son Mohammed. There was in days of yore a king in the land of Al-Hind, who reigned over wide dominions, and praise be to him who ruleth the worlds, material and spiritual. But this Sultan had nor daughter nor son. So once upon a time he took thought and said, Glory to thee! No God is there save thyself, O Lord! Withal thou hast not vouchsafed to me a child, either boy or girl. On the next day he arose a morn, wholly clad in clothes of crimson hue. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 449th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the king of Al-Hind arose a morn wholly clad in clothes of crimson hue, and the wazir, coming into the divan, found him in such case. So he salaamed to him and blessed him with the blessing due to caliphs, and said to him, O king of the age, doth aught irk thee that thou art robed in red? Whereto he replied, O wazir, I have risen with my heart gripped hard. Said the other, Go into thy treasury of monies and jewels, and turn over thy precious ores, that thy sorrow be dispersed. But said the Sultan, O wazir, verily all this world is a transitory, and naught remaineth to any save to seek the face of Allah, the Beneficent. Withal the like of me may never more escape from cark and care, seeing that I have lived for this length of time, and that I have not been blessed with son or daughter. For verily children are the ornament of the world. Hereupon a white dark of hue, which was a Takuri by birth, suddenly appeared before the Sultan, and standing between his hands said to him, O king of the age, I have by me certain medicinal roots, the bequeathal of my forebears, and I have heard that thou hast no issue. So when thou eat somewhat thereof, haply shall they gladden thy heart. Where be these simples? Cried the king. Whereat the Takuri man drew forth a bag, and brought out from it somewhat that resembled a confection, and gave it to him with due injunctions. So when it was night time, the Sultan ate somewhat of it, and then slept with his wife, who, by the omnipotence of Allah Almighty, conceived of him that very time. Finding her pregnant, the king was rejoiced thereat, and fell to distributing alms to the fakirs and the mesquin, and the widows and the orphans. And this continued till the days of his queen's pregnancy were completed. Then she bare a man-child, fair of face and form, which event caused the king perfect joy and complete. And on that day, when the boy was named Mohammed, son of the Sultan, he scattered full half of his treasury amongst the lieges. Then he bade bring the babe wet nurses who suckled him until milk time ended, when they weaned him, after which he grew every day in strength and stature, till his age reached his 6th year. Hereupon his father appointed for him a divine to teach him reading and writing, and the Koran, and all the sciences, which he mastered when his years numbered 12. And after this he took to mounting horses and learning to shoot with shafts and to hit the mark, up to the time when he became a knight who surpassed all other knights. Now one day of the days, Prince Mohammed rode off a hunting, as was his wont, when lo and behold, he beheld a fowl with green plumage, wheeling around him in circles and rocketing in the air, and seeing this he was desirous to bring it down with an arrow. But he found this impossible, so he ceased not following the quarry with intent to catch it, but again he failed, and it flew away from his ken. Whereat he was sore vexed, and he said to himself, "Needs must I seize this bird." And he kept swerving to the right and to the left in order to catch sight of it, but he saw it not. This endured until the end of day, when he returned to the city and sought his father and his mother. And when they looked upon him, they found his case changed, and they asked him concerning his condition. So he related to them all about the bird, and they said to him, "O our son, O Mohammed, verily the creations of Allah be curious, and how many fowls are like unto this, nay, even more wondrous." Cried he, "Unless I catch her, I will wholly give up eating." Now when morning dawned, he mounted according to his custom, and again went forth to the chase. And presently he pushed into the middle of the desert, when suddenly he saw the bird flying in air, and he pushed his horse to speed beneath her, and shot at her a shaft, with the intent to make her his prey, but again was unable to kill the bird. He persisted in the chase from sunrise until sundown, when he was tired and his horse was aweary. So he turned him round, proposing a return citywards, when behold, he was met in the middle of the road by an elderly man, who said to him, "O son of the Sultan, in very sooth thou art fatigued, and on likewise is thy steed." The prince replied, "Yes." And the elder asked him, "What is the cause thereof?" Accordingly he told him all anent the bird, and the sheikh replied to him, "O my son, an thou absent thyself and ride for a whole year in pursuit of yonder fowl, thou wilt never be able to take her. And, O my child, where is this bird? I will now inform thee that in a city of the islands hight of Camphor there is a garden wide of sides, wherein are many such fowls, and far fairer than this, and of them some can sing, and others can speak with human speech. But, O my son, thou art unable to reach that city. However, if thou leave this bird and seek another of the same kind, haply I can show thee one, and thou wilt not weary thyself any more." When Mohammed, son of the Sultan, heard these words from the elder, he cried, "By Allah, 'tis not possible but that I have travelled to that city." Hereupon he left the sheikh and returned to his own home, but his heart was engrossed with the capital of the Camphor Islands. And when he went in to his sire, his case was troubled. The father asked him thereof, and he related to him what the oldster had said. "O my son," quoth the sire, "cast out this accident from thy heart, and worry not thy soul, inasmuch as whoso would seek an object he cannot obtain, shall destroy his own life for the sake thereof, and furthermore he shall fail of his gain. Better therefore set thy heart at rest, and worry thyself no more." Quoth the son, "Wallahi, O my sire, verily my heart is hung to yonder fowl, and specially to the words of the elder, nor is it possible to me to sit at home until I shall have reached the city of Camphor Islands, and I shall have gazed upon the gardens wherein such fowls do own." Quoth his father, "But why, O my child, wouldst thou deprive us of looking upon thee?" And quoth the son, "There is no help but that I travel." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 452nd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Mohammed, son of the Sultan, cried, Needs must I travel, otherwise I will slay myself. There is no majesty and there is no might, quoth the father, save in Allah the glorious, the great. And saith the old saw, the chick is unsatisfied till the crow see it and carry it off. Thereupon the king gave orders to get ready provisions and other matters required for the prince's wayfare, and he sent with him an escort of friends and servants, after which the youth took leave of his father and mother, and he with his many set forth seeking the capital of the Camphor Islands. He ceased not travelling for the space of an entire month, till he arrived at a place wherein 3 highways forked, and he saw at the junction a huge rock whereupon were written 3 lines. Now the first read, This is the road of safe chance, and the second, This is the way of repentance, and the third, This is the path whereon whoso payeth shall return nevermore. When the prince perused these inscriptions, he said to himself, I will tread the path whereupon whoso payeth shall nevermore return. Then he put his trust in Allah, and he travelled over that way for a space of days and a score, when suddenly he came upon a city deserted and desolate, nor was there a single created thing therein, and it was utterly in ruins. So he lighted beside it, and as a flock of sheep accompanied his suite, he bade slaughter 5 lambs, and commanded the cooks to prepare of them delicate dishes, and to roast one of them whole and entire. They did his bidding, and when the meats were cooked, he ordered the trays be spread in that sight, and as soon as all was done to his satisfaction, he proposed sitting down to food, he and his host, when suddenly a noun appeared, coming from the ruined city. But when Prince Mohammed beheld him, he rose to him in honour, saying, Welcome and fair welcome to him who is of alms is the head, and to the brethren friend true bred, and the haunter of this stead. And he satisfied him with the eloquence of his tongue, and the elegance of his speech. Now this aun had hair that overhung either eye, and fell upon his shoulders. So the prince brought out his scissors, and trimmed his locks, clearing them away from his face, and he pared his nails, which were like talons, and finally let bathe his body with warm water. Then he served up to him the barbecue of lamb, which he caused to be roasted whole for the use of the genie, and bade place it upon the tray. So the haunter ate with the travellers, and was cheered by the prince's kindness, and said to him, By Allah, O my lord Mohammed, O thou son of the Sultan, I was predestined to meet thee in this place, but now let me know what may be thy need. Accordingly the youth informed him of the city of the Camphor Islands, and of the garden containing the fowls which he fared to seek, and of his design in wayfaring thither to bring some of them away with him. But when the aun heard from him these words, he said to him, O thou son of the Sultan, that sight is a far cry for thee, nor canst thou ever arrive thereat unless assisted, seeing that its distance from this place be a march of 200 years for a diligent traveller. How then canst thou reach it and return from it? However, the old saw saith, O my son, good for good, and the beginner is worthier, and ill for ill, and the beginner is unworthier. Now thou hast done to me a kindly deed, and I, Inshallah, will requite thee with its match, and will reward thee with its mate. But let whatso is with thee of companions and slaves and beasts and provisions abide in this sight, and we will go together, I and thou, and I will win for thee thy wish, even as thou hast wrought by me a kindly work. Hereupon the prince left all that was with him in that place, and the aun said to him, O son of the Sultan, come mount upon my shoulders. The youth did accordingly, after he had filled his ears with cotton, and the aun rose from earth and towered in the air, and after the space of an hour he descended again, and the rider found himself in the grounds about the capital of the Camphor Islands. So he dismounted from the genie's shoulders, and looked about that wady, where he espied pleasant spots, and he descried trees and blooms, and rills and birds that trilled and shrilled with various notes. Then quoth the aun to him, Go forth to yonder garden, and thence bring thy need. So he walked thither, and finding the gates wide open, He passed in and fell to solacing himself with looking to the right and the left. Presently he saw bird cages suspended, and in them were fowls of every kind, two each two. So he walked up to them, and whenever he noted a bird that pleased him, he took it and caged it till he had there 6 fowls of all sorts twain. Then he designed to leave the garden, when suddenly a keeper met him face to face at the door, crying aloud, "A thief! A thief!" Hereat all the other gardeners rushed up and seized him, together with the cage, and carried him before the king, the owner of that garden and lord of that city. They set him in the presence, saying, "Verily we found this young man stealing a cage wherein be fowls, and in good sooth he must be a thief." Quoth the Sultan, "Who misled thee, O youth, to enter my grounds and trespass thereon and take of my birds?" Whereto the prince returned no reply. So the Sultan resumed, "By Allah, thou hast wilfully wasted thy life. But, O youngster, an it be thy desire to take my birds and carry them away, do thou go and bring me from the capital of the Isles of Sudan bunches of grapes which are clusters of diamonds and emeralds, when I will give thee over and above these 6 fowls 6 other besides." So the prince left him, and going to the Aun informed him of what had befallen him, and the other cried, "'Tis easy, O Mohammed," and mounting him up on his shoulders flew with him for the space of 2 hours, and presently alighted. The youth saw himself in the land surrounding the capital of the Sudan Islands, which he found more beautiful than the fair region he had left, and he designed forthright to approach the garden containing great clusters of diamonds and emeralds, when he was confronted by a lion in the middle way. Now it was the wont of this beast yearly to visit that city, and to pounce upon everything he met of women as well as of men. So seeing the prince he charged down upon him, designing to rend him limb from limb. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 455th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the lion charged down upon Mohammed, son of the Sultan, designing to rend him in pieces, but he confronted him, and unsheathing his scimitar, made it glitter in the sunshine, and pressed him close and bashed him with the brand between his eyes, so that the blade came forth gleaming from between his thighs. Now by doom of destiny the daughter of the Sultan was sitting at the latticed window of her belvedere, and was looking at her glass and solacing herself, when her glance fell upon the king's son as he was smiting the lion. So she said to herself, "May thy hand never palsied grow, nor exalt over thee any foe." But the prince, after slaying the lion, left the body and walked into the garden, whose door had been left open, and therein he found all that the trees were of precious metal, bearing clusters like grapes of diamonds and emeralds. So he went forwards and plucked from those trees 6 bunches, which he placed within a cage, when suddenly he was met by the keeper, who cried out, "A thief! A thief!" and when joined by the other gardeners, seized him and bore him before the Sultan, saying, "O my lord, I have come upon this youth who was red-handed in robbing yonder clusters." The king would have slain him forthright, but suddenly there came to him a gathering of folk, who cried, "O king of the age, a gift of good news!" Quoth he, "Wherefore?" And quoth they, "Verily the lion which was wont hither to come every year, and to pounce upon all that met him of men and of women, and of maidens and of children, we have found him in such a place clean slain and split into twain." Now the Sultan's daughter was standing by the lattice of the belvedere which was hard by the divan of her sire, and was looking at the youth who stood before the king, and was awaiting to see how it would fare with him. But when the folk came in and reported the death of the lion, the Sultan threw aside the affair of the youth of his joy and delighted, and fell to asking, Who was it slew the beast? And to saying, Wallahi, by the rights of my forebears in this kingdom, let him who killed the monster come before me, and ask of me a boon, which it shall be given to him. Nay, even if he demand of me a division of all my good, he shall receive that same. But when he had heard of all present that the tidings were true, then the city folk followed one another in a line, and went in to the Sultan, and one of them said, I have slain the lion. Said the king, And how hast thou slain him? And in what manner hast thou been able to prevail over and master him? Then he spake with him softly, and proved him, and at last so frightened him that the man fell to the ground in his consternation. When they carried him off, and the king declared, This wight lieth. All this, and Mohammed, son of the Sultan, was still standing and looking on, and when he heard the man's claim, he smiled. Suddenly the king, happening to glance at him, saw the smile, and was astounded, and said in his mind, By Allah, this youth is wondrous, for he smileth, he being in such case as this. But behold, the king's daughter sent an eunuch to her father, and he delivered the message. When the king arose and went into his harem, and asked her, What is in thy mind, and what is it thou seekest? She answered, Is it thy desire to know who slew the lion, that thou mayest largesse him? And he rejoined, saying, By virtue of him who created his servants and computeth their numbers, when I know him and am certified of his truth, my first gift to him shall be to wed thee with him, and he shall become to me son-in-law, were he in the farthest of lands. Retorted she, By Allah, O my father, none slew the lion save the young man who entered the garden and carried off the clusters of gems, the youth whom thou art minded to slay. When he heard these words from his daughter, the king returned to the divan and bade summon Mohammed the son of the Sultan, and when they set him between his hands, he said to him, O youth, thou hast indemnity from me, and say me, art thou he who slew the lion? The other answered, O king, I am indeed young in years. How then shall I prevail over a lion and slaughter him, when by Allah, in all my born days I never met even with a hyena, much less than a lion? However, O king of the age, an thou largesse me with these clusters of gems, and give them to me in free gift, I will wend my ways, and if not, my luck will be with Allah. Rejoined the king, O youth, speak thou sooth and fear not. Here he fell to soothing him with words, and solacing him and gentling him, after which he threatened him with his hand. But Mohammed the son of the Sultan raised his nieve swiftlier than the lightning, and smote the king and caused him swoon. Now there was none present in the divan save Mohammed and the monarch, who after an hour came to himself, and said, By Allah, thou art he who slew the lion. Hereupon he robed him with a robe of honor, and summoning the Kazi, bade tie the marriage tie with his daughter. But quoth the young man, O king of the age, I have a counsel to consult, after which I will return to thee. Quoth the king, Right rede is this same, and a matter not to blame. Accordingly the prince repaired to the Aun in the place where he had left him, and related to him all that had betided himself, and of his intended marriage with the king's daughter. Whereupon said the genie, Condition with him that if thou take her to wife, thou shalt carry her along with thee to thine own country. The youth did his bidding, and returned to the king, who said, There is no harm in that. And the marriage knot was duly knotted. Then the bridegroom was led in procession to his bride, with whom he remained a full month of 30 days, after which he craved leave to fare for his own motherland. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, and where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 457th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Mohammed, son of the Sultan, craved to leave to return to his own motherland, when his father-in-law gave him 100 clusters of the diamantine and smaragdine grapes, after which he farewelled the king, and taking his bride fared without the city. Here he found expecting him the Aun, who, after causing them to fill their ears with cotton, shouldered him together with his wife, and then flew with them through the firmament for 2 hours or so, and alighted with them near the capital of the Camphor Islands. Presently Mohammed the son of the Sultan took 4 clusters of the emeralds and diamonds, and going in to the king laid them before him and drew him back. The Sultan gazed upon them and marvelled and cried, Wallahi, doubtless this youth be a magician, for that he hath covered a space of 300 years in 3 of coming and going, and this is amongst the greatest of marvels. Presently he resumed, saying, O youth, hast thou reached the city of the Sudan? And the other replied, I have. The king continued, What is its description and its foundation, and how are its gardens and its rills? So he informed him of all things required of him, and the Sultan cried, By Allah, O youth, thou deservest all thou askest of me. I ask for nothing, said the prince, save the birds, and the king, O youth, there is with us in our town a vulture which cometh every year from behind Mount Kaf, and pounceth upon the sons of this city, and beareth them away, and eateth them on the heads of the hills. Now when thou canst master this master fowl, and slay that same, I have a daughter whom I will marry to thee. Quoth the prince, I have need of taking counsel, and returned to the Aun to inform him thereof, when behold, the vulture made its appearance. But as soon as the genie espied it, he flew and made for it, and caught it up. Then, smiting it with a single stroke of his hand, he cut it in 2, and presently he returned and settled down upon the ground. Then, after a while, he went back to Mohammed, the son of the Sultan, and said to him, Hie thee to the king, and report to him the slaughter of the vulture. So he went, and entering the presence reported what had taken place. Whereupon the Sultan with his lords of the land mounted their horses, and going to the place, found the monster killed, and cut into 2 halves. Anon the king returned, and leading Prince Mohammed with him, bade knit the marriage knot with his daughter, and caused him to pay her the first visit. He tarried beside her for a full told month, after which he asked leave to travel and to seek the city of his first spouse, carrying with him the second. Hereupon the king his father-in-law presented him 10 cages, each containing 4 birds of vari-coloured coats, and farewelled him. After which he fared forth and left the city, and outside he found the Aun awaiting him, and the genie salaamed to the prince and congratulated him in what he had won of gifts and prizes. Then he arose high in the air, bearing Mohammed and his 2 brides and all that was with them, and he winged his way for an hour or so, until he lighted once more in the ruined city. Here he found the prince's suite of learned men, together with the bait beasts and their loads, and everything other even as he had left it. So they sat down to take their rest, when the Aun said, O Mohammed, son of the Sultan, I have been predestined to thee in this suite, whither thou wast fated to come, but I have another and further covenant to keep, wherewith I would charge thee. What is that? Quoth he. And quoth the Aun, Verily, thou shalt not depart this place until thou shalt have laved me and shrouded me and graved me in the ground. And so saying, he shrieked a loud shriek, and his soul fled his flesh. This was grievous to the son of the king, and he and his men arose and washed him and shrouded him, and having prayed over him, buried him in the earth. After this the prince returned him to travel. So they laded the loads, and he and his set forth, intending for their families and native land. They journeyed during the space of 30 days, till they reached the fork of the highway, whereat stood the great rock. And here they found tents and pavilions, and a host, nor did they know what this mighty many might mean. Now the father, when his son left him, suffered from straitness of breast, and was sore perplexed as to his affair, and he wot not what to do. So he bade make ready his army, and commanded the lords of the land to prepare for the march, and all set out seeking his son, and determined to find tidings of him. Nor did they cease faring till they reached the place where the road forked into 3, and on the first rock they saw written the 3 lines, "This is the road of safe chance," and "This is the way of repentance," and "This is the path whereupon whoso passeth shall return nevermore." But when the father read it, he was posed and perplexed as to the matter, and he cried, "Would heaven I knew by which road of these 3 my son Mohammed may have travelled." And as he was brooding over this difficulty, and Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 459th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that as the Sultan was brooding over this difficulty, lo and behold, his son Mohammed appeared before him by the path which showed written, "This is the path whereupon whoso passeth shall never more return." But when the king saw him, and face confronted face, he arose and met him, and salaamed to him, giving him joy of his safety. And the prince told him all that had befallen him from beginning to end, how he had not reached those places save by the all-might of Allah, and how he had succeeded in winning his wish by meeting with the Aun. So they nighted in that sight, and when it was morning they resumed their march, all in gladness and happiness, for that the Sultan had recovered his son Mohammed. They ceased not faring a while till they drew near their native city, when the bearers of good tidings ran forward announcing the arrival of the Sultan and his son, and hereupon the houses were decorated in honor of the prince's safe return, and crowds came out to meet them till such time as all had entered the city walls, after which their joys increased and their annoy fell from them. And this is the whole of the tale told by the first Larrikin. Now when the Sultan heard it he marvelled at what had befallen the chief adventurer therein, when the second Larrikin spoke, saying, "I have by me a tale, a marvel of marvels, and which is a delight to the hearer and a diversion to the reader and to the reciter." Quoth the sovereign, "What may that be, O Sheikh?" And the man fell to relating the tale of the fisherman and his son. Section 28. Tale of the Fisherman and his Son. They tell that whilom there was a fisherman, a poor man with a wife and family, who every day was wont to take his net and go down to the river a fishing for his daily bread, which is distributed. Then he would sell a portion of his catch and buy victual, and the rest he would carry to his wife and children that they might eat. One day of the many days, he said to his son, who was growing up to a biggish lad, "O my child, come forth with me this morning. Haply Almighty Allah may send us somewhat of a livelihood by thy footsteps." And the other answered, "'Tis well, O my father." Hereupon the fisherman took his son and his net, and they went twain off together till they arrived at the river bank, when quoth the father, O my boy, I will throw the net upon the luck of thee. Then he went forward to the water, and standing thereby took his net, and unfolded it so that it spread when entering the stream, and after waiting an hour or so he drew it in, and found it heavy of weight. So he cried, O my son, bear a hand, and the youth came up and lent him aidance in drawing it in. And when they had hauled it to shore, they opened it, and found a fish of large size, and glittering with all manner of colours. Quoth the father, O my son, by Allah, this fish befitteth not any but the Caliph. So do thou therefore abide with it till I go fetch a charger wherein to carry it as an offering for the Prince of True Believers. The youth took his seat by the fish, and when his father was afar off, he went up to her and said, Doubtless thou hast children, and the byword saith, Do good and cast it upon the waters. Then he took up the fish, and setting her near the river, besprinkled her, and said, Go thou to thy children. This is even better than being eaten by the Caliph. But having thrown the fish into the stream, his fear of his father grew strong upon him. So he arose, and without stay or delay fled his village. And he ceased not flying till he reached the land of Al-Iraq, whose capital was under a king of wide dominions. And praise be to the King of all kingdoms. So he entered the streets, and presently he met a baker man, who said to him, O my son, wilt thou serve? Whereto he replied, I will serve, O my uncle. The man settled with him for a wage of 2 silver nuffs a day, together with his meat and his drink, and he remained working with him for a whole of time. Now one day of the days, behold, he saw a lad of the sons of that city carrying about a cock with the intention of vending it, when he was met by a Jew, who said to him, O my child, wilt thou sell this fowl? And the other said, I will. Quoth the Jew, For 10 fadas? And quoth the youth, Allah openeth. Said the other, For 20 fadas. And the lad, Allah availeth. Then the Jew fell to increasing his offer for the cock until he reached a full dinar. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 461st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Jew raised his bid for the cock till he reached a gold piece, when the lad said, Here with it. So the man gave him the dinar, and took from him the fowl, and slaughtered it forthright. When he turned to a boy, one of his servants, and said to him, Take this cock and carry it home, and say to thy mistress, Pluck it, but open it not till such time as I shall return. And the servant did his bidding. But when the fisherman's son, who was standing hard by, heard these words, and saw the bargain, he waited for a while, and as soon as the servant had carried off the fowl, he rose, and buying 2 cocks at 4 fadas, he slaughtered them, and repaired with them to the house of the Jew. Then he rapped at the door, and when the mistress came out to him, he bespoke her, saying, The house master saith to thee, Take these 2 silvers, and send me the bird which was brought to thee by the servant boy. Quoth she, 'Tis well. So he gave her the 2 fowls, and took from her the cock which her husband had slaughtered. Then he returned to the bakery, and when he was private, he opened the belly of the cock, and found therein a signet ring with a bezel gem, which in the sun showed one colour, and in the shade another. So he took it up and hid it in his bosom. after which he gutted the bird and cooked it in the furnace and ate it. Presently the Jew, having finished his business, returned home and said to his wife, "Bring me the cock." She brought him the 2 fowls, and he, seeing them, asked her, "But where be the first cock?" And she answered him, "Thou thyself sentest the boy with these 2 birds, then orderedst him to bring thee the first cock." The Jew held his peace, but was sore distressed at heart, so sore indeed that he came nigh to die, and said to himself, "Indeed it hath slipped from my grasp." Now the fisherman's son, after he had mastered the ring, waited until the evening evened, when he said, "By Allah, needs must this bezel have some mystery." So he withdrew into the privacy of the furnace, and brought it out from his bosom, and fell a-rubbing it. Thereupon the slave of the ring appeared and cried, "Here I stand between thy hands." Then the fisherman's son said to himself, "This indeed is the perfection of good fortune," and returned the gem to his breast pocket as it was. Now when morning morrowed, the owner of the bakery came in, and the youth said to him, "O my master, I am longing for my people and my native land, and 'tis my desire to fare and look upon them, and presently I will return to thee." So the man paid him his wage, after which he left him and walked from the bakery till he came to the palace of the Sultan, where he found near the gate well nigh 100 heads which had been cut off and there suspended. So he leaned for rest against the booth of a sherbet seller, and asked its owner, "O master, what is the cause of all these heads being hung up?" And the other answered, "O my son, inquire not, anent what hath been done." However, when he repeated the question, the man replied, "O my son, verily the Sultan hath a daughter, a model of beauty and loveliness, of symmetric stature and perfect grace, in fact, likest a branch of the rattan palm. And whoso cometh ever to seek her in marriage, her father conditioneth with him a condition." Cried the fisherman's son, "What may be that condition?" And the other replied, "There is a great mound of ashes under the latticed windows of the Sultan's palace, and whoso wisheth to take his daughter to wife, he maketh a covenant with him that he shall carry off that heap." So the other accepted the agreement, with the only proviso that he should have 40 days' grace, and he consented that, an he fail within that time, his head be cut off. "And the heap is high?" quoth the fisherman's son. "Like a hill," quoth the other. Now when the youth had thoroughly comprehended what the sherbet seller had told him, he farewelled him and left him. Then, going to a khan, he hired him a cell, and taking a seat therein for a time, he pondered how he should proceed, for he was indeed fearful, yet was his heart hanging to the love of the Sultan's daughter. Presently he brought out his ring and rubbed it, when the voice of the slave cried to him, "Here I stand between thy hands, and what mayst thou require of me?" Said the other, "I want a suit of kingly clothes." Whereat without delay a bundle was set before him, and when he opened it he found therein princely gear. So he took it, and rising without loss of time, he went into the hammam, and caused himself to be soaped and gloved and thoroughly washed, after which he donned the dress, and his case was changed into other case. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 463rd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the son of the fisherman came forth the bath house and donned his fine dress, he was changed into other case, and he appeared before the folk in semblance of the sons of kings. Presently he went to the Sultan's palace, and entering therein made his salaam, and, blushing for modesty, did his obeisance and blessed the Sultan with the blessing due to caliphs. His greetings were returned, and the king welcomed him, and after that looked at him, and finding him after princely fashion, asked him, "What is thy need, O youth, and what requirest thou?" Answered the other, "I seek connection with thy house, and I come desirous of betrothal with the lady concealed and the pearl unrevealed, which is thy daughter." "Art thou able to perform the condition, O youth?" asked the king. "For I want neither means nor monies, nor precious stones, nor other possession. Brief, none other thing save that thou remove yon mound of ashes from beneath the windows of my palace." Upon this he bade the youth draw near him, and when he obeyed, threw open the lattice, and showing him the hillock that stood underneath it, said, "O youth, I will betroth to thee my daughter, and thou be pleased to remove this heap. But if thou prove thee unable so to do, I will strike off thy head." Quoth the fisherman's son, "I am satisfied therewith," presently adding, "A delay, grant me the term of 40 days." "I have allowed thy request to thee," said the king, and wrote a document bearing the testimony of those present, when cried the youth, "O king, bid nail up thy windows, and let them not be unfastened until the 40th day shall have gone by." "These words be fair," quoth the Sultan, and accordingly he gave the order. Hereat the youth went forth from him, whereupon all present in the palace cried, "Oh, the pity of it, that this youngster should be done to die! Indeed, there were many stronger than he, yet none of them availed to remove the heap." In this way each and every said his say, but when the fisherman's son returned to his cell, and he was thoughtful concerning his life and perplexed as to his affair, he cried, "Would heaven I knew whether the ring hath power to carry it off!" Then shutting himself up in his cell, he brought out the signet from his breast pocket and rubbed it, and a voice was heard to cry, "Here I stand, and fair befall thy command, between thy hands. What requirest thou of me, O my lord?" The other replied, "I want thee to remove the ash heap which standeth under the windows of the royal palace, and I demand that thou lay out in lieu thereof a garden wide of sides, in whose middlemost must be a mansion tall, and choice builded of base, for the special domicile of the Sultan's daughter. Furthermore, let all this be done within the space of 40 days. "Ay, ready," quoth the genie, "to do all thou desirest." Hereupon the youth felt his affright assuaged, and his heart rightly directed. And after this he would go every day to inspect the heap, and would find 1/4 of it had disappeared, nor did aught of it remain after the 4th morning, for that the ring was graved with the cabalistic signs of the Koans, and they had set upon the work 100 Marids of the Jann, that they might carry out the wishes of any who required aught of them. And when the mound was removed, they dispread in its side a garden wide of sides, in whose midst they edified a palace choice builded of base, and all this was done within the space of 15 days, whilst the fisherman's son ever repaired thither, and inspected the work. But when he had perfected his intent, he entered to the Sultan, and kissing the ground between his hands, and having prayed for his glory and permanence, said, "O king of the age, deign open the lattices of thy palace." So he went to them and threw them open, when lo and behold, he found in lieu of the mound a mighty fine garden wherein were trees and trills and blossoms and birds hymning the praises of their Creator. Moreover he saw in that garden a palace, an edifice choice builded of base, which is not to be found with any king or Caesar. Seeing this, he wondered at the circumstance, and his wits were bewildered, and he was perplexed as to his affair. After which he sent for the minister, and summoned him, and said, "Counsel me, O Wazir, as to what I shall do in the case of this youth, and in what way shall I fend him from me?" Replied the counsellor, How shall I advise thee, seeing that thou madest condition with him that should he fail in his undertaking thou wouldst strike off his head? Now there is no contrivance in this matter, and there is naught to do save marrying him with the girl." By these words the king was persuaded, and caused the knot to be knotted, and bade them lead the bridegroom in procession to the bride, after which the youth set her in the garden palace, and cohabited with her in all joy and enjoyment and pleasure and disport. On this wise fared it with them. But as regards the case of the Jew, when he lost the cock he went forth in sore disappointment like unto one gin-mad, and neither was his sleep sound and good, nor were meat and drink pleasant food. And he ceased not wandering about till the fates threw him into that garden. Now he had noted in past time that a huge heap of ashes stood under the palace windows, and when he looked he cried, "Verily, the youth hath been here, and all this work is the work of the signet ring, for that none other than the Marids of the Jann could remove such a hillock." So saying, the Jew returned to his place, where he brought out a parcel of fine pearls and some few emeralds and specimens of coral and other precious minerals, and set them as for sale in a tray. Then he approached the palace, which was builded in the garden, and cried out, saying, "The pearls, and the emeralds, and the corals, and various kinds of fine jewels." And he kept up this cry. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 465th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Jew fell to hawking about his minerals and crying them for sale beside the garden palace, and the Sultan's daughter hearing him exclaimed, "O handmaid, bring me that which is for sale with this Jew." So the girl went down and said to the man, "What hast thou by thee?" And said the other, "Precious stones." Quoth she, "Wilt thou sell them for gold?" And quoth he, "No, O my lady, I will sell them for nothing save for rings which must be old." Accordingly she returned, and herewith acquainted her lady, who said, "By Allah, my lord hath in his pen case an old worn out ring, so do thou go and bring it to me while he sleepeth." But she knew not what was hidden for her in the secret purpose, nor that which was fated to be her fate. So presently she brought out of the pen case the bezel ring aforementioned, and gave it to the handmaid, who took it, and faring outside the house handed it to the Jew, and he received it with extreme joy, and in turn presented to her the tray with all thereon. Then he went forth the city, and set out on a voyage to the 7 islands, which are not far from the earth's surrounding ocean. And when he arrived thither, he landed upon a sea-holm, and travelled to the middlemost thereof. Anon he took seat, and presently brought out the signet ring and rubbed it, when the slave appeared and cried, "Here I stand between thy hands. What is it thou needest of me?" "I require of thee," quoth the Jew, "to transport hither the bower of the Sultan's daughter, and to restore the ash-heap to the stead it was in whilom under the lattice of the king's palace." Now ere night had passed away, both princess and palace were transported to the middlemost of the island. And when the Jew beheld her, his heart flamed high for the excess of her beauty and loveliness. So he entered her bower and fell to conversing with her, but she returned to him no reply, and when he would have approached her, she started away in disgust. Hereupon, seeing no signs of conquest, the Jew said in his mind, "Let her wax accustomed to me, and she will be satisfied." And on this wise he continued to solace her heart. Now as regards the son of the fisherman, his sleep had extended deep into the forenoon, and when the sun burnt upon his back, he arose and found himself lying on the ash heap below the palace. So he said to himself, "Up and away! Otherwise the Sultan will look out of the window and will behold this mound returned to its place as it was before, and he will order thy neck to be smitten." So he hurried him forth, hardly believing in his escape, and he ceased not hastening his pace until he came to a coffee house, which he entered, and there he took him a lodging, and used to lie the night, and to rise a morn. Now one day of the days, behold, he met a man who was leading about a dog and a cat and a mouse, and crying them for sale at the price of 10 fadas. So the youth said in his mind, "Let me buy these at their cheap price." And he called aloud to the man, and having given him the 10 silverlings, took away his purchase. After this he would fare every day to the slaughter-house, and would buy for them a bit of tripe or liver, and feed them therewith. But ever and anon he would sit down and ponder the loss of the ring, and bespeak himself and say, "Would heaven I wot that which Allah Almighty hath done with my ring, and my palace, and my bride the Sultan's daughter." Now the dog and the cat and the mouse heard him, and one day of the days, according to his custom, he took them with him, and led them to the slaughter-house, and bought a meal of entrails, and gave somewhat to each that it might eat thereof. He sat down in sad thought, and groaned aloud, and sorrow prevailed upon him, till he was overcome by sleep. The season was the mid-forenoon, and the while he slumbered, and was drowned in drowsiness, the dog said to the cat and the mouse, "O brethren mine, in very deed this youth, who hath bought us for 10 fadas, leadeth us every day to this stead, and giveth us our rations of food. But he hath lost his ring, and the palace wherein was his bride, the daughter of the Sultan. So let us up and fare forth, and seek therefore, and do ye twain mount upon my back, so that we can overwander the seas and the island skirts." They did as he bade them, and he walked down with them to the waters, and swam with them until they found themselves amiddlemost the main. Nor did he cease swimming with them for about a day and a night, until the morning morrowed, and they saw from afar a somewhat that glittered. So they made for it till they drew near, when they saw that it was the palace in question. Whereat the dog continued swimming till such time as he came ashore, and dismounted the cat and the mouse. Then he said to them, "Let us abide here." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 467th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the Rede, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the dog said to the cat and the mouse, I will abide and await you here, and do ye twain fare into the palace, where the cat shall take her station upon the crenelles over the lattice window, and the mouse shall enter the mansion, and roam about and search through the rooms, until she come up on the ring required." So they did the dog's bidding, and sought the places he had appointed to them, and the mouse crept about, but found naught, until she approached the bedstead, and beheld the Jew asleep, and the princess lying afar off. He had been longsome in requiring of her person, and had even threatened her with slaughter, yet he had no power to approach her, nor indeed had he even looked upon the form of her face. Withal the mouse ceased not faring about until she approached the Jew, whom she discovered sleeping upon his back, and drowned in slumber for the excess of his drink that weighed him down. So she drew near and considered him, and saw the ring in his mouth below his tongue, whereat she was perplexed how to recover it. But presently she went forth to a vessel of oil, and dipping her tail therein, approached the sleeper, and drew it over his nostrils, whereat he sneezed with a sneeze so violent that the ring sprang from between his jaws, and fell upon the side of the bedstead. Then she seized it in huge joy, and returning to the cat, said to her, "Verily, the prosperity of our Lord hath returned to him." After this the twain went back to the dog, whom they found expecting them. So they marched down to the sea and mounted upon his back, and he swam with them both, all three being in the highest spirits. But when they reached the middle of the main, quoth the cat to the mouse, "Pass the ring to me, that I may carry it a while." And the other did so. Then she placed it in her chops for an hour of time. Then quoth the dog to them, "Ye twain have taken to yourselves charge of the ring, each of you for a little time, and I also would do likewise." They both said to him, "O our brother, haply 'twill fall from thy mouth." But said he to them, "By Allah, an ye give it not to me for a while, I will drown you both in this very place." Accordingly the two did in their fear as the dog desired, and when he had set it in his chops, it dropped therefrom into the abyss of the ocean. Seeing which, all repented thereat, and they said, "Wasted is our work we have wrought." But when they came to land, they found their lord sleeping from the excess of his cark and his care. And so the trio stood on the shore, and were sorrowing with sore sorrow, when behold, there appeared to them a fish strange of semblance, who said to them, "Take ye this signet ring, and commit it to your lord, the son of the fisherman, and when giving it to him say, Since thou didst a good deed, and thou threwest the fish into the sea, thy kindness shall not be for naught. And if it fail with the creature, it shall not fail with Allah the Creator. Then do ye inform him that the fish which his father the fisher would have presented to the king, and whereupon he had mercy and returned her to the waters, that fish am I. And the old saw saith, This for that, and tit for tat is its reward." Hereupon the dog took the signet ring, and the other two went up with him to their lord, and awakening him from sleep, returned to him his ring. But when he saw it, he became like one jinn-mad from the excess of his joy, and the three related to him the affair of the signet, how they had brought it away from the Jew, and how it had dropped from the dog's mouth into the abyss of the sea, and lastly how the fish who had found it brought it back to them, declaring that it was she whom his sire had netted, and whom the son had returned to the depths. Cried he, "Alhamdulillah, glory be to the Lord, who caused us work this wheel, and requited us for our kindness." After which he took the signet, and waited until night had nighted. Then he repaired to the mount which was under the Sultan's palace, and brought out the ring, and rubbed it, when the slave appeared, and cried to him, "Here I stand, and fair befall thy command, between thy hands. What is it needest thou, and requirest thou of me?" The other replied, "I demand that thou carry off for me this mound." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 469th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the son of the fisherman bade the slave of the ring remove the mound, and return the garden as whilom it was, and restore the palace containing the Jew and the Sultan's daughter. Nor did that hour pass before everything was replaced in its proper stead. Then the youth went up to the saloon, where he found the Jew recovered from his drunkenness, and he was threatening the princess, saying, "Thou, for thee there is no escape from me." But cried she, "O dog, O accursed, joy from my lord is well nigh to me." Hearing these words, the youth fell upon the Jew, and dragging him along by the neck, went down with him and bade them light a furious fire, and so they did till it flamed and flared. After which he pinioned his enemy and caused him to be cast therein, when his bones were melted upon his flesh. Then returning to the palace he fell to blaming the Sultan's daughter for the matter of the ring, and asking her, "Why didst thou on this wise?" She answered, "From fate there is no flight, and Alhamdulillah, praise to the Lord, who after that befell us from the Jew hath brought us together once more." Now all that had happened from the Jew, and the return of the Sultan's daughter, and restoring of the palace, and the death of his deceiver, remained unknown to the Sultan, and here is an end to my history. And when the second Larrikin held his peace, quoth the king, "Allah quicken thee for this story. By the Almighty 'tis wondrous, and it delighteth the hearer, and rejoiceth the teller." Then cried the third Larrikin, "I also have by me an history more marvellous than these two, and, were it written in water of gold upon the pages of men's hearts, it were worthy thereof." Quoth the king, "O Larrikin, if it prove stranger and rarer than these, I will surely largesse thee." Whereupon quoth he, "O king of the age, listen to what I shall relate." And he fell to telling the tale of the third Larrikin concerning himself. Section 29. Tale of the third Larrikin concerning himself. In my early years I had a cousin, the daughter of my paternal uncle, who loved me and I loved her, whilst her father loathed me. So one day she sent to me, saying, "Do thou fare forth and demand me in marriage from my sire." And as I was poor and her father was a wealthy merchant, she sent to me her dowry 50 gold pieces, which I took. And accompanied by 4 of my comrades, I went to the house of my father's brother, and there arrived I went within. But when he looked upon me, his face showed wrath, and my friends said to him, "Verily, thy nephew seeketh in marriage the daughter of his uncle." And as soon as he heard these words, he cried aloud at them, and reviled me, and drave me from his doors. So I went from him well nigh broken-hearted, and I wept till I returned to my mother, who cried, "What is to do with thee, O my son?" I related to her all that had befallen me from my uncle, and she said to me, "O my child, to a man who loveth thee not thou goest, forsooth, to ask his daughter in marriage." Whereto I replied, "O mother mine, she sent a message bidding me so to do, and verily she loveth me." Quoth my mother, "Take patience, O my son." I hardened my heart, and my parent promised me all welfare and favour from my cousin. Moreover, she was thinking of me at all times, and presently she sent again to me, and promised me that she never would love any other. Then behold, a party of folk repaired to her father, and asked her to wife of him, and prepared to take her away. But when the tidings reached her that her parent proposed marrying her to one of those people, she sent to me, saying, "Get thee ready for this midnight, and I will come to thee." When night was at its noon she appeared, carrying a pair of saddle-bags wherein was a somewhat of money and raiment, and she was leading a she-mule belonging to her father, whereupon her saddle-bags were packed. "Up with us," she cried. So I arose with her in that outer darkness, and we went forth the town forthright, and the veiler veiled us, nor did we stint faring till morning, when we hid ourselves in fear lest we be overtaken. And when the next night fell, we made ready to set out again, but we knew not whither we were wending, for the predestinator existeth, and what is decided for us is like destiny. At last we came to a wide and open place, where the heat smote us, and we sat down under a tree to smell the air. Presently sleep came upon me, and I was drowned in slumber from the excess of my toil and travail. when suddenly a dog-faced baboon came up to the daughter of my uncle. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 471st night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Larrikin continued his tale, saying to the king, And as I was drowned in slumber, a dog-faced baboon came up to the daughter of my uncle, and assaulted her, and knew her carnally. Then having taken her pucelage, he ran away, but I knew nothing thereof from being fast asleep. Now when I awoke, I found my cousin was changed of case, and her colour had waxed pale, and she was in saddest condition. So I asked her, and she told me all that had betided her, and said to me, O son of my uncle, from fate there is no flight, even as saith one of those who knoweth. And when death shall claw with his firm fixed nail, I saw that spells were of scant avail. And one of them also said, When God would execute his will in anything on one endowed with sight, hearing, and reasoning, he stops his ears and blinds his eyes, and draws his will from him, as one draws out the hairs to paste that cling, till his decrees fulfilled, he gives him back his wit, that wherewithal he may receive admonishing. Then she spake concerning the predestination of the Creator, till she could say no more thereof. Presently we departed that stead, and we travelled till we came to a town of the towns frequented by merchants, where we hired us a lodging and furnished it with mats and necessaries. Here I asked for a Kazi, and they pointed out to me one of them amongst the judges of the place, whom I summoned with 2 of his witnesses. Then I made one of them deputy for my cousin, and was married to her, and went in unto her, and I said to myself, All things depend upon fate and lot. After that I tarried with her for a full told year in that same town. A disease befell her, and she drew nigh unto death. Hereat quoth she to me, Allah upon thee, O son of my uncle, when I shall be dead and gone, and the destiny of Allah shall come upon thee, and drive thee to marry again, take not to wife any but a virgin girl, or haply do thou wed one who hath known man but once. For by Allah, O my cousin, I will say thee nothing but sooth when I tell thee that the delight of that dog-faced baboon who deflowered me hath remained with me ever since. So saying, she expired, and her soul fled forth her flesh. I brought to her a woman who washeth the dead, and shrouded her, and buried her. And after her decease I went forth from the town, until time bore me along, and I became a wanderer, and my condition was changed, and I fell into this case. And no one knew me, or aught of my affairs, till I came and made friends with yonder 2 men. Now the king, hearing these words, marvelled at his adventure, and what had betided him from the shifts of time, and his heart was softened to him, and he largessed him and his comrades, and sent them about their business. Then quoth one of the bystanders to the king, O Sultan, I know a tale still rarer than this. And quoth the king, Out with it. Whereat the man began to relate the history of Abu Niyyah and Abu Niyyatayn. Section 30. The history of Abu Niyyah and Abu Niyyatayn. It is recounted that in Mosul was a king, and he was lord of moneys and means and troops and guards. Now in the beginning of his career his adventures were strange, for that he was not of royal rank or race, nor was he of the sons of kings, but prosperity met him because of the honesty of his manners and morals. His name was Abu Niyyah, the single-minded, and he was so poor that he had naught of worldly weal. So quoth he to himself, remove thee from this town, and haply Allah will widen thy means of livelihood, inasmuch as the byword saith, Travel, for indeed much of the joys of life are in travelling. So he fixed his mind upon removal from the town, and, having very few articles of his own, he sold them for a single dinar, which he took and fared forth from his place of birth, seeking another stead. Now when journeying, he sighted following him a man who was also on the move, and he made acquaintance with him, and the two fell to communing together upon the road. Each of the twain wished to know the name of his comrade, and Abu Niyyah asked his fellow, saying, O my brother, what may be thy name? Whereto the other answered, I am called Abu Niyyatayn, the two-minded. And I am Abu Niyyah, cried the other. And his fellow traveller questioned him, saying, Hast thou with thee aught of money? Whereto he replied, I have with me a single ashrafi, and no more. Quoth the other, But I have 10 gold pieces, so do thou have a care of them, and the same will be 11. Abu Niyyah accepted the charge, and they went upon the road together, and as often as they entered a town, they nighted therein for a single night or two, and in the morning they departed therefrom. This continued for a while of time, until they made a city which had 2 gates, and Abu Niyyah forewent his fellow through one of the entrances, and suddenly heard an asker which was a slave begging and saying, O ye beneficent, O doers of good deeds, an alms shall bring tenfold. And as the shuttle drew near, and Abu Niyyah noted his words, his heart was softened, and he gave him his single ashrafi. Whereupon his comrade looked upon him and asked, What hast thou doled to him? Answered he, An ashrafi. And quoth the other, Thou hast but a single gold piece, while I have 10. So he took the joint stock from him, and left him, and went his way. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 473rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the man Abu Niyyatayn took from Abu Niyyah the 10 ashrafis, and said to him, The gold piece belonging to thee thou hast given to the asker. Then, carrying away the other 10, he left him, and went about his business. Now Abu Niyyah had with him not a single copper, neither aught of provaunt, so he wandered about the town to find a cathedral mosque, and seeing one he went into it, and made the wuzu ablution, and prayed that which was incumbent on him of obligatory prayers. Then he seated himself to rest until the hour of the sunset devotions, and he said to himself, Ho, such an one, this be a time when no one knoweth thee. So go forth and fare round about the doors, and have a heed. Haply Allah Almighty our Lord shall give thee somewhat of daily bread thou shalt eat, blessing the Creator. Hereupon he went forth the mosque, and wandered through the nearest quarter, when behold, he came upon a lofty gate, and well adorned. So he stood before it, and saw a slave lad coming out therefrom, and bearing on his head a platter wherein was a pile of broken bread and some bones. And the boy stood there, and shook the contents of the platter upon the ground. Abu Niyyah, seeing this, came forward, and fell to picking up the orts of bread, and ate them, and gnawed the flesh from sundry of the bones, until he was satisfied, and the slave diverted himself by looking on. After that he cried, Alhamdulillah, glory be to God. And the chattel went upstairs to his master, and said, O my lord, I have seen a marvel. Quoth the other, And what may that be? And quoth the servile, I found a man standing at our door, and he was silent and spoke not a word. But when he saw me throwing away the remnants of our eating cloth, he came up to them and fell to devouring bittocks of the bread and breaking the bones and sucking them, after which he cried, Al-Madila. Said the master, O my good slave, do thou take these 10 ashrafis and give them to the man. So the lad went down the stair, and was halfway when he filched one of the gold pieces, and then having descended he gave the 9. Hereupon Abu Niyyah counted them, and finding only 9, said, Here wanted 1 ashrafi, for the asker declared, and alms deed bringeth tenfold, and I gave him a single gold piece. The housemaster heard him, saying, There wanteth an ashrafi, and he bade the slave call aloud to him, and Abu Niyyah went upstairs to the sitting-room, where he found the owner, a merchant of repute, and salaamed to him. The other returned his greeting, and said, Ho, fellow! And the other said, Yes. When the first resumed, The slave, what did he give thee? He gave me, said Abu Niyyah, 9 ashrafis. And the housemaster rejoined, Wherefore didst thou declare, There faileth me 1 gold piece? Hast thou a legal claim of debt upon us for an ashrafi, O thou scanty of shame? He answered, No, by Allah, O my lord. My intent was not that, but there befell me a man which was a beggar such and such matter. Hereupon the merchant understood his meaning, and said to him, Do thou sit thee down here, and pass the night with us. So Abu Niyyah seated himself by his side, and nighted with the merchant until the morning. Now this was the season for the payment of the poor rates, and that merchant was wont to take the sum from his property by weight of scales. So he summoned the official weigher, who by means of his balance computed the account, and took out the poor rate, and gave the whole proceeds to Abu Niyyah. Quoth he, O my lord, what shall I do with all this good, especially as thou hast favored me with thy regard? No matter for that, quoth the other. So Abu Niyyah went forth from the presence of his patron, and hiring himself a shop, fell to buying what suited him of all kinds of merchandise, such as a portion of coffee beans, and of pepper, and of tin, and stuffs of Al-Hind, together with other matters, saying to himself, Verily this shop is the property of thy hand. So he sat there selling and buying, and he was in the easiest of life, and in all comfort rife for a while of time, when behold, his quondam companion, Abu Niyyatayn, was seen passing along the market street. His eyes were deep sunken, and he was propped upon a staff as he begged and cried, O good folk, ye beneficent, give me an alms for the love of Allah. But when his sometime associate, Abu Niyyah, looked upon him, he knew him, and said to the slave whom he had bought for his service, Go thou and bring me yonder man. Hereat the shadow went forth, and brought him Abu Niyyah, seated him upon the shopboard, and sent his servile to buy somewhat of food, and he set it before Abu Niyyatayn, who ate till he was filled. After this the wanderer asked leave to depart, but the other said to him, Sit thou here, O Sheikh, for thou art my guest during the coming night. Accordingly he seated himself in the shop till the hour of sundown, when Abu Niyyah took him and led him to his lodging, where the slaves served up the supper tray, and they ate till they had eaten their sufficiency. Then they washed their hands, and abode talking together, till at last quoth Abu Niyyah, O my brother, hast thou not recognized me? To which the other responded, No, by Allah, O my brother. Hereupon said the housemaster, I am thy whilom comrade, Abu Niyyah, and we came together, I and thou, from such and such a place to this city. But I, O my brother, have never changed mine intent, and all thou seest with me of good, the half thereof belongeth to thee. When it was morning-tide, he presented him with the moiety of all he possessed of money and means, and opened for him a shop in the bazaar by the side of his own, and Abu Niyyatayn fell to selling and buying, and he and his friend Abu Niyyah led the most joyous of lives. This endured for a while of time, until one day of the days, when quoth Abu Niyyatayn to Abu Niyyah, O my brother, we have exhausted our sitting in this city, so do thou travel with us to another. Quoth Abu Niyyah, Why, O my brother, should we cease abiding here in comfort, when we have gained abundance of wealth and movables and valuables, and we seek naught save a restful life? However, Abu Niyyatayn ceased not to repeat his words to him, and persist in his purpose, and reiterate his demand, till Abu Niyyah was pleased with the idea of travelling. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 475th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Abu Niyyah was pleased with the idea of travelling accompanied with Abu Niyyatayn. So they got themselves ready, and loaded a caravan of camels and mules, and went off from that city, and travelled for a space of 20 days. At last they came to a camping ground about sunset hour, and they alighted therein, seeking rest and a nighting stead. And next morning when they rose, they sought where they could fodder and water their cattle. Now the only place they found was a well, and one said to the other, Who will descend therein and draw for us a drink? Cried Abu Niyyah, I will go down. But he knew not what was fated to him in the eternal purpose. And so saying, he let himself down by the rope into the well, and filled for them the water buckets, till the caravan had its sufficiency. Now Abu Niyyatayn, for the excess of his envy and hatred, was scheming in his heart and his secret soul to slay Abu Niyyah, and when all had drunk, he cut the cord, and loaded his beasts, and fared away, leaving his companion in the well, for the first day, and the second until the coming of night. Suddenly 2 Ifrits foregathered in that well, and sat down to converse with each other, when quoth the first, What is to do with thee, and how is thy case, and what mayest thou be? Quoth his fellow, By Allah, O my brother, I am satisfied with extreme satisfaction, and I never leave the Sultan's daughter at all. The second Ifrit asked, And what would forbid thee from her? And answered he, I should be driven away by somewhat of wormwood powder scattered beneath the soles of her feet during the congregational prayers of Friday. Then quoth the other, I also, by Allah, am joyful and exulting in the possession of a hoard of jewels, buried without the town near the azure column, which serveth as benchmark. And what, asked the other to his friend, would expel thee therefrom and expose the jewels to the gaze of man? Whereto he answered, A white cock in its 10th month, slaughtered upon the azure column, would drive me away from the hoard, and would break the talisman when the gems would be visible to all. Now as soon as Abu Niyyah had heard the words of the 2 Ifrits, they arose and departed from the well. And it was the morning hour when, behold, a caravan was passing by that place. So the travellers halted, seeking a drink of water. Presently they let down a bucket, which was seized by Abu Niyyah, and as he was being drawn up, they cried out and asked, What art thou, of jinn kind or of mankind? And he answered, I am of the sons of Adam. Hereupon they drew him up from the pit, and questioned him of his case, and he said, I have fallen into it, and I am sore a-hungered. Accordingly they gave him somewhat to eat, and he ate and travelled with them, till they entered a certain city, and it was on the first day. So they passed through the market streets, which were crowded, and found the people in turmoil and trouble. And as one inquired the cause thereof, he was answered, Verily, the Sultan hath a beautiful daughter who is possessed and overridden by an Ifrit, and whoso of the physicians would lay the spirit, and is unable or ignorant so to do, the king taketh him and cutteth off his head, and hangeth it up before his palace. Indeed, of late days a student came hither, a youth who knew nothing of expelling the evil one, and he accepted the task, and the Sultan designeth to smite his neck at this very hour. So the people are flocking with design to divert themselves at the decapitation. Now when Abu Niyyah heard these words, he arose without stay or delay, and walked in haste till he came to the presence of the Sultan, whom he found seated upon his throne, and the linkman standing with his scimitar brandished over the head of the young student, and expecting only the royal order to strike his neck. So Abu Niyyah salaamed to him and said, O King of the age, release yonder youth from under the sword, and send him to thy prison. For if I avail to laying the spirit, and driving him from thy daughter, thou shalt have mercy upon yonder wight, and if I fail, thou wilt shorten by the head of me as well as him. Hereupon the king let unbind the youth, and sent him to jail. Then he said to Abu Niyyah, Wouldst thou go at once to my daughter, and unspell her from the genie? But the other replied, No, O king, not until meeting day, at what time the folk are engaged in congregational prayers. Now when Abu Niyyah had appointed the Friday, the king set apart for his guest an apartment, and rationed him with liberal rations. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 477th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Abu Niyyah having appointed the Sultan for meeting day, when he would unsorcel the princess, waited till the morning dawned. Then he went forth to the bazaar, and bought him a somewhat of wormwood for a silvern nusf, and brought it back, and as soon as the time of congregational prayers came, the Sultan went forth to his devotions, and gave orders that Abu Niyyah be admitted to his daughter, whilst the folk were busy at their devotions. Abu Niyyah repaired to his patient, and scattered the absinthium beneath the soles of her feet, when lo and behold, she was made whole, and she groaned and cried aloud, Where am I? Hereat the mother rejoiced, and whoso were in the palace. And as the Sultan returned from the mosque, he found his daughter sitting sane and sound, after they had dressed her and perfumed her and adorned her, and she met him with glee and gladness. So the two embraced, and their joy increased, and the father fell to giving alms and scattering monies amongst the fakirs and the miserable, and the widows and orphans, in gratitude for his daughter's recovery. Moreover, he also released the student youth and largessed him, and bade him gang his gait. After this the king summoned Abu Niyyah into the presence, and said to him, O young man, ask a boon first of Allah, and then of me, and let it be everything thou wishest and wantest. Quoth the other, I require of thee to wife the damsel from whom I drove away the spirit. And the king, turning to his minister, said, Counsel me, O Wazir. Quoth the other, Put him off until the morrow. And quoth the Sultan, O youth, come back to me hither on the morning of the next day. Hereupon Abu Niyyah was dismissed the presence, and betimes on the day appointed he came to the Sultan, and found the Wazir beside him, hending in hand a gem, whose like was not to be found amongst the kings. Then he set it before the Sultan, and said to him, Show it to the youth, and say to him, The dowry of the princess, my daughter, is a jewel like unto this. But whilst Abu Niyyah was standing between his hands, the king showed him the gem and repeated to him the words of the wazir, thinking to himself that it was a pretext for refusing the youth, and saying in his mind, "He will never be able to produce aught like that which the wazir hath brought." Hereupon Abu Niyyah asked, "And so be I bring thee 10 equal to this, wilt thou give me the damsel?" And the king answered, "I will." The youth went from him when this was agreed upon, and fared to the market street, where he bought him a white cock in its 10th month, such as had been described by the Ifrit, whose plume had not a trace of black or red feathers, but was of the purest white. Then he fared without the town, and in the direction of the setting sun, until he came to the azure column, which he found exactly as he had heard it from the genie, and going to it, he cut the throat of the cock thereupon, when all of a sudden the earth gaped, and therein appeared a chamber full of jewels sized as ostrich eggs. That being the hoard, he went forth and brought with him 10 camels, each bearing 2 large sacks, and returning to the treasure room, he filled all of these bags with gems, and loaded them upon the beasts. Presently he entered to the Sultan with his string of 10 camels, and causing them to kneel in the courtyard of the divan, cried to him, "Come down, O king of the age, and take the dowry of thy daughter." So the Sultan turned towards him, and looking at the 10 camels exclaimed, "By Allah, this youth is jinn mad, yet will I go down to see him." Accordingly he descended the staircase to the place where the camels had been made to kneel, and when the sacks had been unloaded, and as the king came amongst them, the bags were opened, and were found full of jewels, greater and more glorious than the one was with him. Hereupon the Sultan was perplexed, and his wits were bewildered, and he cried to the wazir, "Wallahi, I think that all the kings of the earth in its length and its breadth have not one single gem the like of these. But say me, how shall I act, O wazir?" The minister replied, "Give him the girl." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 479th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the wazir said to the king, 'Give him the girl.'" Hereupon the marriage tie was tied, and the bridegroom was led in to the bride, and either rejoiced mightily in his mate, and was increased by their joy, and destroyed was all annoy. Now Abu Niyyah was a favourite of fortune, so the Sultan appointed him the government during 3 days of every week, and he continued ruling after that fashion for a while of time. But one day of the days, as he was sitting in his pleasance, suddenly the man Abu Niyyatayn passed before him, leaning on a palm stick and crying, "O ye beneficent, O ye folk of good!" When Abu Niyyah beheld him, he said to his chamberlain, "Hither with yonder man." And as soon as he was brought, he bade them lead him to the hammam, and dress him in a new habit. They did his bidding, and set the beggar before his whilom comrade, who said to him, "Dost thou know me?" "No, O my lord," said the other. And he, "I am thy companion of old, whom thou wouldst have left to die in the well. But I, by Allah, never changed my intent, and all that I own in this world I will give unto thee half thereof." And they sat in converse for a while of time, until at last quoth the double-minded one, "Whence camest thou by all this?" And quoth he, "From the well wherein thou threwest me." Hereupon, from the excess of his envy and malice, Abu Niyyatayn said to Abu Niyyah, I also will go down that well, and what to thee was given, the same shall be given to me." Then he left him and went forth from him, and he ceased not faring until he made the place. Presently he descended, and having reached the bottom, there sat until the hour of nightfall, when behold, the two Ifrits came, and taking seat by the well mouth, salaamed each to other. But they had no force nor contrivance, and both were as weaklings. So said one of them, "What is thy case, O my brother, and how is thy health?" And said the other, "Ah me, O my brother, since the hour that I was with thee in this place on such a night, I have been cast out of the Sultan's daughter, and until this tide I have been unable to approach her, or indeed at any other time." Said his comrade, "I also am like thee, for the horde hath gone forth from me, and I have waxed feeble." Then cried the twain, "By Allah, the origin of our losses is from this well, so let us block it up with stones." Hereupon the twain arose, and brought with them crumbling earth and pebbles, and threw it down the well, when it fell upon Abu Niyyatayn, and his bones were crushed upon his flesh. Now his comrade Abu Niyyah sat expecting him to return, but he came not, so he cried, "Wallahi, needs must I go and look for him in yonder well, and see what he is doing." So he took horse and fared thither, and found the pit filled up. So he knew and was certified that his comrade's intent had been evil, and had cast him into the hands of death. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 480th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Abu Niyyah knew and was certified of his comrade Abu Niyyatayn being dead. So he cried aloud, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. O Allah mine, do thou deliver me from envy, for that it destroyeth the envier, and haply jealousy may lead to forwardness against the Lord, glorified be his glory." And so saying he returned to the seat of his kingdom. Now the Sultan's daughter, his spouse, and two sisters, both married, and she after the delay of a year or so proved with child. But when her tale of days was told, and her delivery was near hand, her father fell sick, and his malady grew upon him. So he summoned the lords of his court and his kingdom, one and all, and he said, "In very deed this my son-in-law shall after my decease become my successor." And he wrote a writ to that purport, and devised to him the realm and the reign before his demise. Nor was there long delay ere the old king departed to the ruth of Allah, and they buried him. Hereupon trouble arose between his two other sons-in-law, who had married the princesses, and said they, "We were connected with him ere this man was, and we are before him in our claim to the kingdom." Thereupon said the wazir, "This reed is other than right, for that old king before his decease devised his country to this one, and also write it in his will and testament. Here therefore ye are opposing him, and the result will be trouble and repentance." And when the minister spoke on such wise, they kept to their houses. Presently the wife of Abu Niyyah bare him a babe, her two sisters being present at her accouchement, and they gave to the midwife 100 gold pieces, and agreed upon what was to be done. So when the babe was born, they put in his place a pup, and taking the infant away, sent it by a slave girl, who exposed it at the gate of the royal garden. Then they said and spread abroad, "Verily, the Sultan's wife hath been delivered of a doglet." And when the tidings came to Abu Niyah's ear, he exclaimed, "Verily, this also is a creation of Almighty's." So they clothed the pup and tended it with all care. Anon the wife became pregnant a second time, and when her days were fulfilled, she bare a second babe, which was the fairest of its time, and the sister did with it as they had done with the first, and taking the infant they exposed him at the door of the garden. Then they brought to the mother another dog pup in lieu of her babe, saying, "Verily the queen hath been delivered a second time of a doglet." Now in this wise it fared with them. But as regards the two infants which were cast away at the garden gate, the first was taken up by the gardener, whose wife, by decree of the decreer, had become a mother on that very same night. So the man carried away the infant he found exposed, and brought the foundling home, and the woman fell to suckling it. After the third year the gardener went forth one day of the days, and happening upon the second infant in similar case, he bore it back also to his wife, who began to suckle it, and wash it, and tend it, and nurse it, till the twain grew up and entered into their third and fourth years. The Sultan had in the meantime been keeping the two pups, which he deemed to have been brought forth by his wife, until the queen became in the family way for the third time. Hereupon the Sultan said, "By Allah, 'tis not possible but that I be present at and witness her accouchment." And the while she was bringing forth he sat beside her. So she was delivered of a girl child, in whom the father rejoiced with great joy, and bade bring for her wet nurses, who suckled her for 2 years, until the milk time was past. This girl grew up till she reached the age of 4 years, and she could distinguish between her mother and her father, who, whenever he went to the royal garden, would take her with him. But when she beheld the gardener's 2 boys, she became familiar with them and would play with them. And as each day ended, her father would carry her away from the children and lead her home, and this parting was grievous to her, and she wept right sore. Hereat the Sultan would also take the boys with her until sleep prevailed over her, after which he would send the twain back to their sire the gardener. But Abu Niyyah the Sultan would ever wonder at the boys, and would exclaim, "Praise be to Allah! How beautiful are these dark-skinned children!" This endured till one day of the days, when the king entered into the garden, and there found that the 2 beautiful boys had taken some clay, and were working it into the figures of horses and saddles and weapons of war, and were opening the ground and making a water-leat. So the Sultan wondered thereat time after time, for that he ever found them in similar case. And he marvelled the more, because whenever he looked upon them his heart was open to both, and he yearned to the twain, and he would give them some gold pieces, although he knew not the cause of his affection. Now one day he entered the garden, as was his wont, and he came upon the 2 boys, of whom one was saying, "I am the Sultan," and the other declaring, "I am the Wazir." He wondered at their words, and forthwith summoned the gardener, and asked him concerning the lads. And lastly quoth he to him, "Say me sooth, and fear not for me." Quoth the other, "By Allah, O King of the Age, albeit falsehood be saving, yet its soothfastness more saving and most saving. And indeed as regards these children, the elder was found by me exposed at the gateway of the royal garden on such a night of such a year, and I came upon the second in the very same place. So I carried them to my wife, who suckled them and tended them, and they say to her, 'O mother,' and they say to me, 'O father.'" Hereupon Abu Niyyah the king returned home, and summoning the midwife asked her, saying, "By the virtue of my predecessors in this kingdom, do thou tell me the truth concerning my spouse, whether or no she was delivered of 2 dog pups." And she answered, "No, by Allah, O King of the Age, verily the queen bare thee 2 babes like full moons, and the cause of their exposure before the garden gate was thy wife's 2 sisters, who envied her and did with her these deeds whereof she was not aware." Hereupon cried Abu Niyyah, "Alhamdulillah! Glory be to God, who hath brought about this good to me, and hath united me with my children. And soothfast is the say, Whatso doeth an action shall be requited of his lord, and the in visions white hath no delight, and of his envy he shall win naught save despite. Then the king of Mosul, being a man of good intent, did not put to death his wife's sisters and their husbands, but banished them his realm, and he lived happily with his queen and children until such time as the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies came to him, and he deceased to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Section 31. Appendix B. 3 Short Stories. The 38th Vizier's Story. There was in the city of Cairo a merchant, and one day he bought a slave girl and took her to his house. There was in his house an ape. This the merchant fetched and dragged up to the slave girl. He said, "Yield thyself over to this, and I will set thee free." The slave girl did so of necessity, and she conceived by him. When her time was come, she bare a son, all of whose members were shaped like those of a man, save that he had a tail like an ape. The merchant and the slave girl occupied themselves bringing up this son. One day, when the son was 5 or 6 months old, the merchant filled a large cauldron with milk, and lighted a great fire under it. When it was boiling, he seized the son and cast him into the cauldron, and the girl began to lament. The merchant said, "Be silent, make no lamentation, go and be free," and he gave her some sequins. Then he turned, and the cauldron had boiled so that not even any bones were left. The merchant took down the cauldron, and placed 7 strainers, one above the other, and he took the scum that had gathered on the liquid in the cauldron, and filtered it through the 7 strainers, and he took that which was in the last, and put it into a bottle. And the slave girl bare in her heart bitter hatred against the merchant, and she said in herself, "Even as thou hast burned my liver, I will burn thee." And she began to watch her opportunity. One day the merchant said to her, "Make ready some food," and went out. So the girl cooked the food, and she mixed some of that poison in the dish. When the merchant returned, she brought the tray and laid it down, and then withdrew into a corner. The merchant took a spoonful of that food, and as soon as he put it into his mouth, he knew it to be the poison, and he cast the spoon that was in his hand at the girl. A piece, of the bigness of a pea, of that poison food fell from the spoon on the girl's hand, and it made the place where it fell black. As for the merchant, he turned all black, and swelled till he became like a blown-out skin, and he died. But the slave girl medicined herself and became well, and she kept what remained of the poison and sold it to those who asked for it. The 40th Vizier's Story. There was of old time a tailor, and he had a fair wife. One day this woman sent her slave girl to the carter's to get some cotton teased. The slave girl went to the carter's shop and gave him cotton for a gown to get teased. The carter, while teasing the cotton, displayed his yard to the slave girl. She blushed and passed to his other side. As she thus turned round, the carter displayed his yard on that side also. Thus the slave girl saw it on that side too. And she went and said to her mistress, "Yon carter, to whom I went, has 2 yards." The lady said to her, "Go and say to yon carter, my mistress wishes thee, come at night." So the slave girl went and said this to the carter. As soon as it was night, the carter went to that place and waited. The woman went out and met the carter and said, "Come and have to do with me while I am lying by my husband." When it was midnight, the carter came and waked the woman. The woman lay conveniently, and the carter fell to work. She felt that the yard which entered her was but one, and said, "O my soul, carter, add it with both of them." While she was softly speaking, her husband awaked and asked, "What means thy saying, add it with both of them?" He stretched out his hand to his wife's Kazi, and the carter's yard came into it. The carter drew himself back, and his yard slipped out of the fellow's hand, and he made shift to get away. The fellow said, "Out on thee, wife! What meant that saying of thine? Add it with both of them. The woman said, O husband, I saw in my dream that thou wast fallen into the sea, and wast swimming with one hand and crying out, Help! I am drowning. I shouted to thee from the shore, Add it with both of them, and thou beganest to swim with both thy hands. Then the husband said, Wife, I too know that I was in the sea. From this that wet fish came into my hand, and then slipped out and escaped. Thou speakest truly. And he loved his wife more than before. The lady's 34th story. They tell that there was a Khoja, and he had an exceeding fair son, who was so beautiful that he who looked upon him was confounded. This Khoja watched over his son right carefully. He let him not come forth from a certain private chamber, and he left not the ribbon of his trousers unsealed. When the call to prayer was chanted from the minaret, the boy would ask his father, saying, Why do they cry out thus? And the Khoja would answer, Someone has been undone and has died, and they are calling out to bury him. And the boy believed these words. The beauty of this boy was spoken of in Persia, and a Khoja came from Persia to Baghdad with his goods and chattels for the love of this boy. And he struck up a friendship with the boy's father, and ever gave to him his merchandise at an easy price, and he sought to find out where his son abode. When the Khoja had discovered that the boy was kept safe in that private chamber, he one day said to his father, I am about to go to a certain place, and I have a chest whereinto I have put whatsoever I possess of valuables. This I shall send to thee, and do thou take it and shut it up in that chamber where thy son is. And the father answered, Right gladly. So the Khoja let build a chest so large that he himself might lie in it, and he put therein wine and all things needful for a carouse. Then he said to his servant, Go, fetch a porter, and take this chest to the house of the Khoja such an one, and say, My master has sent this to remain in your charge, and leave it and come away. And again on the morrow go fetch it, saying, My master wishes the chest. So the servant went for a porter, and the Khoja hid himself in the chest. Then the boy laded the porter with the chest, and took it to the other Khoja's house, where he left it and went away. When it was night, the Khoja came forth from the chest, and he saw a moon-face sleeping in the bedclothes, and a candle was burning in a candlestick at his head. And when the Khoja beheld this, he was confounded, and exclaimed, And blessed be God, the fairest of creators. Then the Khoja laid out the wine, and so forth, and he went up softly and waked the boy. And the boy arose from his place, and addressed himself to speak, saying, Wherefore hast thou come here? Straightway the Khoja filled a cup and gave it to him, saying, Drink this, and then I shall tell thee what manner of man I am. And he besought the boy, and spread out sequins before him. So the boy took the cup and drank what was in it. When the Khoja had given him to drink 3 or 4 cups, the face of the boy grew tulip-hued, and he became heated with the wine, and began to sport with the Khoja. So all that night till morning did the Khoja make merry with the boy, and whatsoever his desire was, he attained thereto. When it was morning, the Khoja again went into the chest, and the servant came and laded the porter with the same, and took it back to his house. And on the morrow, when the boy and his father were sitting together, the muezzin chanted the call to prayer, whereupon the boy exclaimed, Out on thee, father, and the boy who is undone dies, and so his fellow goes up there and bawls out, Last night they undid me, how is it that I am not dead? Then the father smote the boy on the mouth, and said, Speak not such words, they are a shame. And then he knew why the chest had come. End of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton.